Mr. Abraham Amaliba, as well as the Professor Iola Oni, Geography and Regional Planning Department, University of Lagos. While we make arrangement for the presentations, I wish to hurriedly invite the panelists to come up to the stage and take their seats. Permit me to invite Mrs. Carol Smith, South Africans Against Drunk Driving, International Road Victims Partnership, South Africa. Please, let's, as she comes over, she's one of our panelists for this session. Join me in welcoming Mr. Girish Sharma, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Abuja-Nigeria PLC. Is he in the hall? Mr. Girish Sharma. The next panelist is the Managing Director, Nigerian Breweries PLC, Mr. Tibot Boyton. Please, let's welcome him. Join me also as we welcome Mr. Siaka Tuo, Office de Sécurité, Côte d'Ivoire. Is he here? Do we have Kati Makri, SOS Road Crimes, Road Victims, NGO Greece? Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes over. Mr. M. Muya Subi Lutombo Bienvenue. Is he here? Please, he can proceed. Okay, distance, please. Just get a seat for yourselves. Go and sit down first. Your presentation will be done later. This session is to be moderated by Professor Iola Oni, Department of Geography and Regional Planning, University of Lagos. And just before he comes over for his presentation and moderation, we would like to do a few recognition of some of our distinguished honorable justices that are here with us.
Permit me to recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Onyekachi A. OTC. You're welcome. In our presence, we have Honorable Justice Mistura O. Bolaji Yusuf PJ. You're welcome, ma. We also have Honorable Justice Amina Audiwambai PJ. You're welcome, ma. We are privileged to have Honorable Justice Joseph Oyewole PJ. You're welcome, sir. In our midst, we also have Honorable Justice Abraham Georgeville PJ. You're welcome, sir. I'm privileged to recognize Honorable Justice Banjoko JCA. You're welcome. We also have Honorable Justice D.Z. Sanchi. You're welcome. I have on my list Honorable Justice Okon Efriti Abang. You're welcome, Your Honor. In our midst, we have Honorable Justice Onyejoju O. Oyewumi. You're welcome. I also have Honorable Justice Ngozika Yu Okaisabo. You're highly welcome. We have Honorable Justice Paul A. Bassi. You're highly welcome, sir. In our midst, we also have Honorable Justice Peter Ige, retired. You're welcome, sir. I have on my list the Chief Registrar, Supreme Court, Kabiru A. Akambi, ESQ. You're welcome, sir. I'm privileged to recognize Honorable Justice A.B. Mohammed, JCA. You're welcome, sir. In our midst, we also have Chief Registrar, Court of Appeal, Umar M. Bangari, ASQ. You're welcome, sir. I also have the Chief Registrar, Federal High Court, Hassan S. Amida, Esquire. You're welcome, sir. We are privileged to have in our midst the Deputy Chief Registrar, Court of Appeal.
Introduction. We shall swing into the panel discussion proper. I'm privileged to invite to the podium Professor Iola Oni, Geography and Regional Planning Department, University of Lagos. Please put hands together for him as he comes over. This panel session will last for only 25 minutes. We shall have 5 minutes allocated to the presenters, while the remaining minutes are for the discussions. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will, at this point in time, like to invite the first presenter, Mr. Abraham, Director, National Road Safety Authority, Ghana. Please come forward. Thank you.
I bring you fraternal greetings from the road safety of Ghana. My presentation was not couched in the form of a presentation. I was told I was delivering a speech, and so I have my speech. My Lord Justices present here. I'm doing this because I'm a lawyer myself, and once I've seen my Lord Justices here, I must acknowledge their presence. Participants, I want to start by giving you a life story which I observed. And it had to do with a family in Accra. They had a child who was in the university. And this child was the only boy from that family, both external and nuclear family, to have gone to the university. This young man got to the final year, came back home to visit the family, going back, and he was in his last semester. So he was now going back to campus and met his untimely death. Now, this boy was knocked down by a drunk driver. And you can imagine the pain that this family will be going through. When we visited the house, the father of the child was very quiet. He had lost his speech. The entire family was quiet. They couldn't utter a word. Now, to this family, laws don't matter to them. To this family, enforcement is not an issue to them. To this family, what has been taken away from them is their hope, their future. Because this boy was supposed to be the shining light of the family. Now, we have such untold stories by families who have lost dear ones. You go and find out it is a driver who was reckless, negligent, or under some influence of alcohol, leading to the death of a loved one. What this family wants is, how do we ensure that our roads are safe? And my Lord Justices are here. Road crashes undermine two fundamental human rights. Road crashes undermine two fundamental human rights. The first one is the right to freely move about. Free movement of people, you have heard of that. Road crashes undermine that. Road crashes also undermines the right to life. And so, there's some argument out there that we should begin to elevate the discussions so that the right to walk alongside our roads becomes a fundamental human right. The right, all of us sitting here have a right to walk along the roads. Walking along the roads should not lead to our death. But here we are. Any attempt to do so, as a result, we have accidents. Let's go. It will interest you to note that in Ghana, we, together with the World Health Organization, we tested some over 2,000 drivers, and it came to light that majority of them were abusing alcohol and were under the influence of alcohol whilst driving. Most of them too have indicated that they are aware that drink driving is not allowed, but they don't know the level of the alcohol they should take. In Ghana, it is 0.8. There's a legislation that is bringing it down to 0.4. They say they don't know the level at which they should be while driving. And so this is a clear indication of danger, because the man drinks, but he doesn't know the level at which he should drink. That is a clear danger to motorists. This panel, as you sit here, the job is not to feel sympathy for people. This panel has a duty to ensure that we leave this hall with solutions. How do we deal with such matters which leads to the death of our loved ones? Why should the roads be turned into cemeteries? Driving in here, a car knocked down somebody. That's the kind of example I'm talking about. We need to ensure that our roads are safe. Until then, we will begin to record deaths. Our roads are not supposed to be death traps. They are supposed to aid mobility. They are supposed to aid movement. The free movement that the various international laws recognize is about the fact that non-motorized vehicles, walking, cycling is ingrained in our mobility. As we see it now, it is motorized vehicles that are given attention, but we neglect the non-motorized vehicles. That is where our focus should be. Walking should not lead to your death. Cycling should not lead to your death. It must aid mobility. As a result, my conclusion is that let's remember that behind all those statistics that were turned out here are human lives. They are not just figures, but they are human lives. And what we can do is to protect our families, to protect our communities, and ensure that we have a society devoid of unnecessary accidents. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. We have gotten the perspective from Ghana. Ghana is a very good brother here. Before I go into my own paper, which I've been told it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, I want to appreciate the presence of the Lord Justices, the Commissioner of the Federation, Sheikh Mohammed, FCA, MNI. Thanks so much for all the work you have been doing. And I'm from educational institutions. We have been rating, for the past 20 years, we have been rating FRS as the best government organization in Nigeria, because they are devoid of corruption and all these things. Now, what do you mean by drunk driving or drink driving? Driving, this is driving a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, or substance, or drug abuse. This includes cocaine, marijuana, and so on. Drink driving is a major traffic offense under road traffic laws. In Nigeria, ICAP and some other organizations, WHO, have been working assiduously with a number of public and private stakeholders to implement action on drink driving and self-regulation of the advertising and marketing of alcoholic beverages. Alcohol and drugs can alter perception, cognition, attention, balance, coordination, reaction time, and the other faculties required for safe driving. We have a series of drugs there. It's a very, very serious matter. At the University of Lagos, we have banned the sale of alcohol. But guess what? You have the sachet drinks. So a student can take as many as 10, because we don't have control on that. It's a very, very great issue. The alcoholism we are talking about involves human factors, such as the drunkenness and drug use, which are major causes of automobile accidents in Nigeria. Now, it's not only beer, we have the spirit, the marijuana, and so on and so forth, which is purely public health concern beyond physical transport issue. I'm so happy that WHO, as well as Federal Ministry of Health, is also rising to the situation. We need to evaluate a drink drive program, alcohol consumption, drug abuse, and so on and so forth, so that death of many promising young men and women will be avoided. We realize that when you go through the sizes, you see that most of the people that are involved are young boys and girls, due to the human attitude and behavior as well as practice, We have the gender impact of alcohol on following groups: the adolescents, the elderly, the women, social drinker and public drinker. And until we're able to decipher all this and put in proper perspective, it will be difficult to eradicate this. The Nigerian experience will be difficult to eradicate this. The Nigerian experience shows that the risk taken on the roads are phenomenal. The road users are in great danger, not enough is being done by all concerned. We used to use breathalyzer to test. I don't know much of that we are doing now. Drivers exhibit certain negative characteristics, dangerous overtaking as a result of the influence. Light and warning signs are violated. Now, what is the key problem? We have insufficient information. Without data, without appropriate data, that goes down, there's something we cannot approach the problem. Lack of policy support, political will, inadequate evaluation of drivers' impairment, provision of clear evidence about the likely effects of alcohol on driving. Now, how can we prevent this? We need a lot of education. I realized that when some officers were there before they retired, such as Abuja-Nigeria, we carried out a lot of survey, whereby we targeted them at the secondary school, primary school, and so on. Alcoholism and drug driving. It's not only the use of alcohol, but drug is so rampant right now. A lot of our children now take to drugs, such as marijuana. It's still taken as a normal practice. Alcohol use is a social habit and a dangerous phenomenon among drivers of all categories. Drugs account for almost 30% of road traffic accidents. Motor parks and bus stations have been turned to liquor shops. Alcohol provides a false sense of energy to everybody. On wearing out, it leaves the victim weary, nervous, and depressed. The hallucinatory effects inhibit judgment and blurs vision, resulting most times in road traffic accidents. Since 1990s, when drugs became more accessible to drivers, the percentages of road traffic accidents soared, an increase in almost 90% within 1 decade. About 32% of licensed drivers in Nigeria consume alcohol. In fact, some say that they cannot shine their eyes without driving. They have to shine their eyes first. And the survey we conducted in Lagos showed that it's only the multinational drivers that are being in order, as well as maybe some other institutional drivers. But when it comes to the commercial driver and those young ones, it's a major issue. FRSC should eradicate this problem through public education, penalty enforcement against use of alcoholism and drug abuse, and the countermeasures include improved drivers' behavior, attitude, and perception. In fact, we are saying that by the time somebody is going to drive in school, let him know that alcoholism and drug is not permitted. Education, public enlightenment, and so on. Combination of information and publicity campaign, legislation, and enforcement. Accurate information to identify the size of the problem. Routine collection of data, identify the frequency of driving under influence in traffic crashes is essential for the design of effective programs. Multidisciplinary intersectoral approach with cooperation among all stakeholders, police, health, NDLA, education, road transport workers, the NATO, the IRCVAC, and so on. The legal, the health, and general public should be together. Now, reduction of number of alcohol to drug outlets. Yes, if you reduce that, that doesn't still mean that they won't find other outlets. Occasional through random checks with breathalyzer, deterrence measures include to increase the driver's perception on the risk of being caught, and measures include sanctions, punishment, and revocation of driver's license. Let me believe that driver's licenses are being revoked now. Conclusion: high incidence of injuries in Nigeria are a consequence of abuse of road safety regulations. Need for appropriate enactment of blood alcohol concentration BAC laws with proper enforcement, scientific research into organized training programs. And I think this is where all those international organizations can help the FRSC in procuring those equipment so that we can have a new lease of life in terms of the tests that we are doing. Carrying out periodic alcohol screening tests, public enlightenment, education, campaign strategies by related agencies such as the federal, state, local government, and the NGOs are very, very important. I want to say this, that Nigeria has almost 60% road network. Now, I wouldn't know if the FRSC goes to those local government roads. I know we are in charge of the federal, we are in charge of the state, but the largest size of the road network in Nigeria belongs to local government. And now that we have been asking the local government to perform, the road safety should extend their net to the local government so that we can all work together to achieve success. Thank you very much. Now, I'll give 2 minutes each to each of our panelists to give us their own thoughts on, starting from the...
Monsieur Bienvenu Mouniasoubi, je suis président directeur véhiculé. Parmi nous, c'est un jeune qui était déjà enivré à un niveau supérieur. Il prend son volant, il n'est pas contrôlé autour de 2 heures du matin, sous la pluie. Et nous nous sommes retrouvés, nous avions une voiture, mais nous avons été cognés par une Jeep Patrol, Nissan Patrol. Et nous tous on s'est retrouvés le matin à l'hôpital, après notre ivresse. Ça a été pour moi une occasion, déjà, de réduire sensiblement moi-même mon niveau de prendre l'alcool. Et du coup, je me suis dit, quel secteur peut combattre ceci, parce que nous-mêmes, nous les rescapés. Dès lors, j'ai conçu un projet de lutte contre l'alcool au volant. Et c'est ainsi que j'ai soumis ça à la Commission nationale de prévention routière dans mon pays, dans la province du Nord Kivu, à Goma. Et le projet étant financé, on a fait des collectes dans différentes entreprises viticoles, ainsi que dans différents bars. On a fait des collectes de fonds pour la sensibilisation des luttes contre l'alcool au volant. Beaucoup de personnes ont pu contribuer et on a organisé des campagnes qui ont vraiment réussi. Et cela nous a poussé à une expérience qui a été institutionnalisée. À ce jour, la République démocratique du Congo a pu mobiliser toutes les sociétés brassicoles pour pouvoir payer des redevances de prévention routière. Et ces redevances permettent à ce que la Commission nationale de prévention routière puisse organiser des campagnes de sensibilisation. C'est ainsi que, partageant cette expérience, j'appelle à ce que tous les autres États puissent collaborer avec les sociétés brassicoles, puissent collaborer avec le revenu de l'alcool pour financer des campagnes de sensibilisation et puis faire une campagne de proximité en acquérant des alcool tests et les placer aux sorties de tous les parkings de bars et de salles de fête, et cela participerait à la prévention. Le conducteur qui a déjà suffisamment bu ne devra pas circuler, il ne devra même pas quitter son parking. C'est là.
I hope we are following.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Thio Siaka de l'Office de sécurité routière OZ de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et nous sommes amenés à donner l'expérience de la Côte d'Ivoire sur la question de l'alcool au volant. Dans notre pays, les accidents tuent plus de 1000 personnes par an. Et en 2021, nous avons enregistré 1600 morts et ça nous a permis d'adopter une stratégie de lutte contre l'accident dans sa globalité. Mais en revenant au cas de l'alcool, nous avons des dispositifs, une loi qui date des années 63 et un arrêté qui a fixé le taux d'alcoolémie chez nous à 8,0 grammes par litre de sang. Toutefois, lorsqu'il y a un accident et que l'accident est mortel, aussitôt, le conducteur est soumis à un test d'alcoolémie et un test sanguin. Comme ils l'ont dit, ce n'est pas souvent seulement l'alcool. Il y a deux fois la drogue, les tests d'alcoolémie, les alcootests ne permettent de détecter ce taux de drogue. Donc, on fait des prélèvements qu'on envoie en laboratoire. Et une fois que c'est prouvé que votre taux a atteint 0,8 grammes par litre de sang, automatiquement, le juge vous convoque et vous êtes condamné. Et une fois vous purgez votre peine, vous passez devant la commission de retrait qui est autorisée par la loi de 63. Et selon la gravité, votre permis peut être suspendu jusqu'à 1 an, voire plus. En plus de cela, pour renforcer le dispositif, on a instauré le permis à points. On a un système de vidéo-verbalisation des caméras qui contrôle surtout l'excès de vitesse qui est la cause de gravité des accidents. Mais à cela, on a couplé le permis à points. Donc, vous pouvez perdre 2 points, 3 points, mais pour l'alcool seulement, il est retiré 6 points. Donc, le capital point étant de 12, si vous êtes testé 2 fois à 0,8 ou plus, du coup, vous n'avez plus de permis, donc le permis est suspendu. Donc, en dehors de cela, on a la police spéciale comme le chômage, votre famille en danger. Donc, il faut appeler tout le monde à la conscience, à une prise de conscience pour savoir que l'alcool a un impact négatif sur la conduite. Et pour sauver des vies, il faut être responsable. Donc, nous invitons chacun à être un ambassadeur de la sécurité routière en donnant des conseils à nos proches. Quand vous buvez, ne conduisez pas. C'est juste une question de responsabilité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Mr. Presenter. Yeah, please go.
Hello, and all protocol observed. I want to talk about victims because this is a victims event. And if we look, my PowerPoint's not coming, it doesn't matter, I'm going to talk from my heart. You know, we talk about victims, but how many victims? If you look at drink driving around the world, so we're losing 1.19 million people a year, and World Health Organization say between 5 and 35% of those deaths are from alcohol. All right, so that would come to over 10
people are injured just from alcohol. All right, so that's the world. Let us. All right, I come from South Africa. Our family have lived there for generations. In South Africa, alcohol is behind 57% of our road deaths. All right. And we don't even test both drivers at crash scenes. So it's probably more like 70%, 80%. And what's done by it? I think this is the silent epidemic. It's just there's not enough attention paid to it. So my story is my child was a very famous musician in South Africa. He was on a tour. Luckily, in one way, he was in my town. He was a sober pedestrian crossing at a crossing, and a driver who was 4 times over the legal limit with the lights off went speeding through and killed him. But he wasn't dead when they called us because his bandmate was with us and said, "Chase me in my car." And we ran there. And we go there, and there's your son lying with rivers of blood running down the pavement. That's the reality. They shocked him and shocked him and shocked him because my husband is a trauma doctor. And my husband worked with those paramedics. And any paramedic here, I take my hat off to you, because you are dealing with the most terrible things. You're on the scene. Anyway, they shocked him and shocked him and shocked him, and eventually they looked at my husband. And my husband had to call his death. You can imagine what that's like for a father. Since that day, my husband has not been able to walk into an emergency department. That's the shattering of your life, right? So I have gone into this to stop this happening in other families. But what I'm going to be talking about today, I'm going to be looking more at solutions, all right? Actions. What are we doing about it? We all know the statistics. We know
Vaccines for drink driving. All right. The vaccines are, as was discussed by Mr. Chief Doctor, spend more money, get a policeman's vehicle, so that at any crash scene they can breathalyze they can get the blood alcohol or breath alcohol level. So that's the one thing. What needs to happen from that is that those people, there needs to be very strict and swift action. They must appear in court quickly. The judges and magistrates must understand what a serious crime drink driving is, because I feel they don't see it as a serious crime in South Africa. You know, they say, oh, he's a first-time offender. And I always say, oh, is each person allowed to kill one person? I don't think so. I don't think it's acceptable. All right, so you've got to have swift action, strict, good penalties. Our law in South Africa is excellent. It's one of the best in the world. You read our safe systems approach, and it's very, very good. But only 2 to 7% of people are prosecuted for drink driving. All right. My son's killer got away with it. I'm dealing with a case at the moment. I've been to court with them for 10 years. It's not seen as a serious crime. People think drink driving is a right, and so they don't want to invest. So, so the solutions: test every single driver and test them a few times a year, like they do in Australia. The only way we will change behavior is if people are afraid of the financial and legal repercussions of their actions. If they know they're going to go out and they're going to be tested, they're not going to take as many chances. Whereas in South Africa, you can drink and go out whenever. If you get stopped, you just say, you give a bit of money and you usually get away with. Corruption has to be dealt away with. All right, the other vaccines like alcohol ignition interlocks, or there are many, many things. So justice is important. Youth, so if you're looking at what World Health says, best practice is 0.05, and there are quite a lot of countries in Africa that are still at 0.8, and they need to come down to 5. And the other thing, we need to get professional drivers to have a lower limit, 0.02, and for the youth, the young drivers or the novice drivers, their blood alcohol level should be 0.02 or 0. Now in South Africa, you might get someone who's got his first license when he's 40. He is a novice driver and his blood alcohol should be 0.2 or 0.2. So, all right, so that the other problem in our country, and I think everywhere, is drunk walking. All right, so the pedestrians who are drinking a huge amount and crossing highways. So we have that in South Africa, like you have got here in Nigeria, and we have in many African cities, because we're getting more vehicles, we're getting more lanes, and we've got people living who have to cross to go to work or to go to church or mosque or whatever. And so they can get across maybe, but when they've been drinking, they are impaired and they get killed. So in the city of Cape Town, 60% of the deaths are from pedestrians. Most of those pedestrians are dead. So the other thing I'm going to go on, we were meant to have 2 alcohol companies here and they're not here. I think they may be frightened to come because they're going to be confronted with people like me. I'm going to be, in the rest of the world, people are drinking less. So the companies are getting less money. So who are they targeting? They're targeting Africa. They are hitting us heavily with advertising for women, for black women to drink. All the glamorizing of alcohol. So we need to act. We need to have very loud voices to say, we will not accept this. We will not accept these alcohol companies coming in and making profits, and our children are dying. And selling alcohol in large containers and with high blood alcohol levels. So please, let's act. This is a serious crime, and it must be taken like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the highly illuminating submission. The next presenter now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Transforming trauma into action to save lives and turning grief into action, it is the title of my little speech today and for my presentation. I'm a head of education department of the municipality of Alexandroupolis, Greece, and co-chair in SOS Road Crimes, the Pan-Hellenic Road Victims Association. Of course, I'm a proud founding board member of International Road Victims Partnership. You see, together with 5 other bereaved mothers, we established this huge partnership. For the first time, we let road victims' voices to be heard all over the world. I have something to present. The name is Abuja Transportation for the Secretariat. Did you find it? In ancient Greece, where I come from Greece, which is a small country with big history, in ancient Greece, all the bereaved parents were not paying taxes. That means they had a lot of respect from the society, because, as you see, a person like me shouldn't exist in a society. And what I mean, a bereaved mother like me shouldn't exist. I shouldn't be here today, but I am, because my precious son Stratos was killed 14 years ago. Today, goodwill to all the participants of the International Road Crash Victims African Conference 2025 in Abuja. This important gathering brings together voices from across the world, united by a shared purpose to remember, to support, and to act. Ladies and gentlemen, in psychology and in philosophy, the loss of a child is regarded as the greatest existential rupture. It is not only a loss of love, but also a loss of meaning. For a child, represents the continuation of a parent's purpose in life. When my beloved son Stratos was killed in a road crash while serving his country, my world fell into silence. Yet, within that silence, a question arose, not why did this happen to me and how, but how can this loss serve life? At that moment, grief became a turning point. I chose not to surrender to despair, but to transform my trauma into meaning, to turn my grief into action. What psychoanalysts call the transmutation of trauma became my path. I found wonderful parents together with me, transforming the most private and unspeakable pain into a collective call to life. Where I could have remained silent, I began to speak. Where pain could have divided, it instead became a bridge that united others who shared the same loss and the same hope. Through this transformation, the question changes from why did this happen to me to let this never happen to anyone else. Let this never happen to anyone else. The dominant phrase of despair within me and my child, anxiously transformed into a protective us and our child, our children. Personal grief thus becomes social responsibility. I wonder if I knew all this before, 14 years ago, before anything happens to me and my family, before my status died. And I could go out there and work for social awareness voluntarily, not because I had a trauma, but because I was a responsible citizen that I didn't want to see children in danger. Because you see, ladies and gentlemen, we lose our children, our young men mostly, because we neglect them as a society. We don't train them. It must be mandatory in schools, training in road safety, training lessons. It should be mandatory. Not in my country, and in many countries it is not yet, and I think here in Africa also. Because we don't have to blame young people. It's a part of their growing procedure to get risks, okay? It is part to feel like little lions that, and immortal lions, but we as a society have to train them, to make them aware, and to protect them, and to strict and enforce the laws. We live in an age where experience is too easily turned into spectacle, where authentic pain is often absorbed, simplified, or made into content, but true testimony resists that process. It does not seek admiration or pity, it seeks the truth. That's what I want, the truth. And in times when truth itself is endangered, speaking authentically about loss becomes a deeply human and political act of courage. Me and my son, I'll be very quick because I already told you what I wanted to tell you. I don't know how to... More? 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 There were many photos of activities. It's not here. There were many photos of activities because I'm the director of the public library in my city, and I collect schools, you see it's easy. If you are a neighbor, a citizen, a simple person who doesn't know, it's not a scientist, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a researcher, I became a little bit of everything because I had my agony to put culture first in schools and keep them socially aware about road safety. Okay, so go out in your societies, involve people, involve libraries. Libraries, for example, need topics and national days to work on it and train school pupils that visit libraries. Go out and take the flags, take your logos, ask that we have experienced. You don't need to experience it. You need to get out there as volunteers and energize socially the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope we have enjoyed all the various contributions. It has been highly illuminating. We have had the narratives done in multi-eclectic and multidimensional areas. We have looked at the issue of victims and the issue of statistics and data come up. We are having data on the world, but what comes to Africa and Nigeria and some other developing nations is another issue. Now, the question is, what happens to post-crash victims? A lot is not done on the post-crash issues in most of the times, and this is very, very important. We need to follow up. Some people are suggesting the issue of apps and technology, but if you prevent, it's better. And that's why the last contribution said we should take give a kind of mandatory education to the children, so that when they know the difference between what is right and wrong, then you can now eventually enforce the law. Then the issue of standardization is very, very critical. We are having a kind of regional arrangement. People move from here to Ghana, Ghana to Senegal, and so on and so forth. We need to standardize those values and so on and so forth, so that when you are crisscrossing the West Coast, you won't run into trouble. The issue of funding also come up. I know that about 20 years ago, FRSC embarked on a mission of setting up what's called alternative funding, which we took to Kuru Jos those days. Went to the National Assembly. I hope what that is saying is that anybody that is, or any organization that also contributes towards accidents, such as tire producing, such as distilleries and so on, and the beer, and so on and so forth, should contribute a certain percentage towards the road safety activities. And last but not the least, the issue of articulated vehicles is giving Nigeria a hell of a problem. In Lagos, you find tanker drivers, doing all sorts of things, and it's only those multinationals that are actually living well. You see 18-year-old drivers, 16-year-old drivers driving trailers, and so on and so on. So we have looked at this, but by and large, we don't need to lament. We need to take action. Action at the global level, action at the continental level, action at the national level. So on this note, I'd like to thank them. We want to welcome questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions from the audience. Please pick 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4 questions. 1 minute each.
Thank you very much, thanks, ladies and gentlemen. When you talk about data, I think FRSC is one of the agencies in Nigeria that you can rely on when you talk about data after NDLA. I know I'll have backlash to that. But the question is always, what do we do with those data? It's supposed to help us in formulate policies, but how best have you used such data? Then, the first time I was in Kenya, I was going to the airport early in the morning, and I saw police everywhere stopping all vehicles. I thought it was even an accident, until we go to the scene, and we discovered that it was stop and search and testing your BAC level. Yes, and every vehicle stops. Once you are above the level, they tow your vehicle and the security officers take charge of you. Why can't we do something similar in Nigeria? Now, thank God the professor is talking about drugs. The issue we have now in Nigeria is not just alcohol, it's even drugs. We are actually working with FRC to see how we can infuse drug integrity testing in licensing, driver's licensing process. I believe you can actually stop a driver, you can't perceive anything, you check the BAC, you can't see anything. Probably he has taken other forms of a drug which still impact his driving skills. So I believe that we should not be talking about alcohol alone. We should talk about other illicit drugs that influence people's perception once they drive. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm still Assistant Commercial Hygienist Omeje, the Head of Operations for the Corps. The NDLA officer took it from my mouth, so to say, but I'm looking at a collaboration between NDLA and FRSC in terms of having sobriety test centers, as you saw it where in Nigeria, people of Kenya, where you're coming from, such that we can randomly pull people over and breathalyze or test. Now, let me also come to the data, Prof, you gave. Until we begin to test drivers who had a crash, take their blood sample and test as part of the investigation, for us to be able to really say that your 32% that you quoted in your list, because most of our literature review, what the data we have is just based on we got from other studies done abroad. Until we begin to pick crash, that there's a crash, the driver would get hold of the driver, sort of take his blood alcohol sample and test it, so that we can be able to establish a correlation between that crash and actually his blood alcohol. Otherwise, we'll just be hypothetically saying that 32% of this is as a result of alcohol or drug influence, which in most cases may not be correct scientifically. So we need to get to that distance. And I'm also suggesting perhaps FRSC and other law enforcement agents in across, because this is of course international and Africa is the also be looking at imputing this as part of the training curriculum for young officers from inception. Now we also know how to handle all those things. We know that even clearing crash scenes is not complete when we have not taken the samples of even if it is saliva, depending on the methodology of the test that will be conducted. Thank you, sir.
The next one.
I just wanted to thank you that you projected my pictures over there. Just some images, social images on the road, on the churches, on the libraries, everywhere. So to make people understand that and gather for to prevent any injuries is much more cheaper than to caress later on and hold and support a bereaved family and a road victim. A road victim's life, if survives, costs a lot of money. You see, but this is not the problem. The problem is that we don't like statistic numbers. I don't care about the numbers, how big it is. For me, number one, if it's about the loss of a young person, any person, is huge number. In my country, we are only 12 million people, and we are between the three.
All this before, and that's why the other time I asked the question of the post-crash. The ones that we have, people having involved in terms of crash, we cannot even take care of them. Not talk of when you talk of post-crash. A lot of things do happen. Yes. Yes. So the issue of testing is very, very critical. We shouldn't just wash it aside. Omije talked about the test centers that we should have. Very, very critical. And while we are doing the training, either for the employees or for at any level, we should do this. Then the school children should also be told, because they will tell you that the weight of the head of a young child is about 2 times the size of the entire body. So the child will think that this is the room, but that is already worked out. And when you have the child, that you did not birth down in the vehicle, it is the head that will fling the baby out. So we are not going to be talking about just doing and then we have to talk of prevention, which is far better than here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols. My name is Levi Vincent, and I represent Travelers' Rights and Welfare Foundation. Just because of time, I want to ask a simple question. How do we move from, this rhetoric? How do we move away, or what do we take home from some of these conferences that has been on over the years, and at the end of the day, they correspond to nothing but, a false vision, of reality, with all its sterility and spaciousness. How do we internalize, some of these points that have been raised here, in order to benefit humanity? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are taking notes. The rapporteurs are also doing that. The essence of this conference is that the entire world is there. The entire world is there. We are joining, and we set up action plans, which will be very, very permanent. And with political will, strong political will, those of us that are outside will be pushing them, as well as the NGO, to ensure that we do the correct thing. And a lot of issues are also there. We have a lot of accidents happening now, which is not a result of anything than bad road network all over the country. So all this, I think that's why some people are suggesting that Ministry of Works should work with FRSG and so on and so forth. So when we work in synergy and serious partnership and with strong political will and with very strong action plan, I think we'll do it together. Thank you very much.
Please, another resounding round of applause for them to have you. A gentleman was talking to a lady, and he was trying to impress the lady. Meanwhile, he wasn't too intelligent upstairs. And then he said, "My dear, I've traveled far and wide. I went to France. I was so impressed, but I didn't understand their language, so I spent 2 days, and I left France. And then I left there, and I went to Italy. When I went there, their food most of the time was pasta. And I'm not too used to that, so I spent 2 days, and I left there. And living there, I went to Germany. And I left there. And then the young lady looked at him. She said, "Wow, sir, you know your geography very well." He said, "Yes, even geography, I went there and I spent 2 days, and I left there." Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue in good speed. We're going to have a very interesting person to come and talk to us. She is the Executive Director, Association for Safe International Road Travel, Kenya. Please help me celebrate Mrs. Bright Owaya. Please, a round of applause for her as she makes her way to the front. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. That's better. First and foremost, standing on all, am I standing or sitting on all, or protocols that have been observed earlier, I want to really thank Nigeria for your hospitality, my very first time in the country of Nigeria. And because we are rushing through time, I will not have any presentation. I will just speak through medical and psychosocial support for road crash victims. And why I become relevant to this topic is because I sit on this wheelchair because I am a statistic of a road crash. And I wasn't always this short. So when we've had our mothers, our friends, and I am also very happy to say that I'm a board member of the International Road Victims Partnership. And they talk about the loss of their loved ones. Sometimes we brush through over that and we forget to see their connection. That's their life, that's their family. When it happened to me a couple of years ago, and the first thing you're dealing with, the legal aspect, for example, when a loved one is lost, are you thinking about lawyers or are you thinking about how do I process this and bury my child and bury my whoever? But the legal system is so complicated. There's no template. Nobody knows what to do. Nobody knows what do I do next. And if you lose it at that point, then you even lose it in the processes that go after that. Evidence is lost, you get to an inquest, and you discover that the person that hit you or the person that killed your loved one will go through scot-free, just because of the navigation of the legal system and the justice system. So as countries, as entities, it's time that we invest in the post-crash care for victims, where we give support right from the incidences to the aftermath. Beyond the legal, where you have to deal with police documentation, where you have to deal with insurance, where you have to deal with compensation and liability, you don't know the questions to ask. It was my introduction to the justice system. I knew nothing. I didn't even know the questions to ask myself. Next is the medical. I was injured on a highway between two large cities, but there was no equipped ambulance system where I was injured. And I had to wait for about 11 hours to get proper medication. Of course I had first aid, of course I had things fixed, drips fixed, but I lost consciousness because I'd lost a lot of blood. And by the time I was getting into hospital, proper hospital, I had blacked out. The next time I woke up, I was looking up in the ceiling with white, people wearing white, hovering all around me. The emergency systems, even as we invest in prevention, which we must, and it's the best thing to do, crashes will still happen. How then do we evacuate? The other thing that did happen, while we had a head-on collision and hit from the back, I injured my spine. That meant I got paralyzed from my waist down. But the people that tried to remove me from the vehicle were pulling me, one on this side, the other on this side. So I totally dislocated my spine. And for those many years, I've been sitting on this wheelchair. Beyond the emergency response, there is the rehabilitation. I worked at a rehabilitation in my country, the National Spinal Injuries Hospital, for 4 years. And that is after my crash. Before then, I was a banker, so that switched. Trauma and pain caused me to switch career. And you realize that there is totally almost no investment in rehabilitation. So you get into a hospital and they say, go home. You can't walk. You don't know how to get back into the system that you were living in before. There are no ramps in most of our countries, and I can identify that even right here. Yesterday I missed a cocktail just because the lift was not working and I couldn't go up. So these are the realities of life beyond the incidences on the scene. People's lives are totally twisted. The same roads that put us in this situation are the same roads that become a danger, because again, we are not investing in infrastructure that then accommodates me after the system has failed me in the first place. So there is need to look at this issue holistically. And holistically means end to end. Should there be crashes? How is the post-crash? And if a crash happens, do the results have to be devastating to get to death or serious injury? And we know what works. We know what can work, because we talk about it, and like the gentleman who says we talk about it, but are we putting this into action? Beyond the medical, where if you get an ambulance that is equipped, if you go to YouTube and Google 18 hours in an ambulance in Kenya, you'll find a young man who's involved in a road crash that was moving around in an ambulance for 18 hours because no hospital would take him in. They would tell him either the ICU beds are full or you need to pay a deposit of 200,000 Kenya shillings, which they didn't have. 18 hours later, the man died. And that's the reality of our lives if we do not invest in systems that are thinking end to end. Then there comes the psychosocial support. In Africa, for example, psychosocial support is not anything that we talk about all the time. If I tell you I'm going to see a counselor, and I'm a counseling psychologist myself, you would think, are you okay? But we need support to the families. At a time when you've lost a loved one, at a time when you are devastated by the injury, you need help, you need support, you're not thinking right. And that is not available. So our health systems, our transport systems, our education systems need to work in tandem so we have end-to-end support for crash victims. It is easy to number, it's easy to say 3,000, it's easy to say the numbers we've seen today. But behind every number is a family. Behind every number is a person who sometimes we don't see. We become very dead to the feeling, and they're just numbers. So I'm here today to challenge us that beyond the talk, let's invest in systems that cater for human beings. And if crashes do happen, let us safeguard so that they don't end into devastation. And I thank you.
Please, a round of applause once again for this very beautiful heart of survival. Thank you very much, ma. I want to apologize for what happened yesterday, ma. At the program, I actually called you. I didn't know that was what happened. We apologize for that. And I'm sure what you just said will be considered. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to have a short session, and I'm going to introduce to you a core medical and rescue service, Federal Road Safety Corps, wonderful professional gentleman, Dr. Pius Chukudum Okeke. Please celebrate him as he comes up. You're welcome, sir. We also have with us from the Federal Road Safety Corps, retired but not tired, the Deputy Corps Marshal, Ojeme Eru Jakpo. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Okay, he's not here. Thank God. Okay. Next, we're going to have, please forgive me, we're going to have Ambassador Ambassador de la Sécurité routière Tunisia, Mrs. Afef Ben Kenaya. Please celebrate her with a round of applause as she comes up. Okay, she'll be here in a bit. Okay. Next, we have Ambassador Sécurité routière Stratégies d'Évaluation et de Contrôle des Accidents des Cars from Burundi. I thought you clapped for me. Didn't I do a great job? Yes. Please help me welcome Mr. Pacific Nsabimbona. Please a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. And then next we have the founder, Brain and Spine Foundation Africa, Engineer Chika Okwolisa. Please a round of applause as she makes her way up. You're welcome, ma'am. Then we have the moderator, Professor Andre Zamani. He's the president, Pan-African Psychological Union. Please help me jam your hands together as we welcome him up to join us here. Then last but not the least, we have a consultant traumatologist, an orthopedic surgery from Ahmadu Bello University, medical advisor, Accident and Trauma Care Foundation. Please help me welcome Dr. Peter Julwak Deshi. Please a round of applause for him as he comes up. Okay, we're going to be discussing legal, medical, and psychosocial support for victims. And so, in the same order that I called them up, they're going to be speaking for just 2 minutes each. First, I'm going to call on the senior officer of the Federal Road Safety Corps. Please help me welcome Dr. Chukudum Okeke. Please a round of applause as he comes up to take the stage. You're welcome, sir.
The Corps Marshal, distinguished guests, colleagues, members, everybody, I greet you all. I'll be talking very briefly because I was given 2 minutes on the legal, medical, and psychosocial support for road traffic crash victims. I'll think that a brief and very short story will drive in the message we're trying to pass on this afternoon. Being a road traffic crash victim is not something to talk and leave, like some of the speakers have spoken about. We need to see the reality of what goes on. I recall my early days in practice as a casualty officer along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway in the Shagamu road traffic crash. My second day at work, I rushed in some accident victims. I swung in, that's what I'm trained for, with my team. We started working on them. Our ambulance brought them in. One of the patients made an impression on me. He grabbed my hands and said, "Doctor, don't let me die. I'll pay you anything you want." The truth, that man was a millionaire, but I did everything in the books by the medical training, and he still died. It got me thinking, these guys don't want to die. Nobody wants to really die. So when you see accident victims, let's not discredit them and say, no, they just got involved in that. They are human beings that want to live. That day, I couldn't eat for 2 days. Why? I felt like somebody was drowning and was bringing out his hand for me to pull him out of the river, and I couldn't. I thought through the whole process. I didn't leave anything, but still, I couldn't save him. It changed my thinking about the accident victims. From that day on, some days I would go out with the ambulance paramedics to go for rescue of victims. That wasn't my duty. My duty was to stay in the clinic, receive them, and do what I'm supposed to do. But sometimes I had to see myself move out and go and do the processes. That was the day I started conducting trainings for our paramedics. Because, like the last speaker said, there is something we need to understand. Now, we're not talking about crash or pre-crash. We're talking about the post-crash aspect. What I mean by post-crash aspect is, forget about what you can do before the crash happens. We're talking about when the crash has already happened. What do you do? So the first step is the first person on site action. If you are the first person on site, what I mean by first person on site is the first person that arrives to the accident victims, arrives there on the accident scene. What do? I assure you, you do the wrong thing, you make the matters worse. It would have been better you left the person there. That is where the whole bulk of the work is. So when you see the paramedics, they do more work than the doctors. I'm a doctor, but I say it to you, they do the most important work. When they do the wrong things and bring the victim in as vegetable, we can't do anything. That is why some of us have gone into training of paramedics. Because when they mess up the work, you can't do anything. So talking about I'm now on the aspect of the medical support for road traffic crash victims. What do we do on the site? Sometimes you don't even have to extricate immediately. What do I mean by extricate? Getting the patient. No, well, we don't say it like that. We don't say get the patient out of the crash. We say get the vehicle out of the patient. That's the way he said like that. That's the reason why he said like that. So what do you do before your extrication? Certain things must be done. You ensure that the person is stable. What do I mean? Somebody has a spinal cord injury, maybe at the neck, at the cervical level, that's at the neck level. You don't put a neck collar. You start pulling the person out. Like someone has mentioned, you're going to a partially cut cord will be completed by you in the bid to save the patient, the victim. By the time you bring the patient to the hospital, the doctors have little or nothing to do. So that's what I said earlier, that what we do on site, first person on site is the most important person, even more important than the doctors in the hospital, even more important than the ambulance resuscitators that will be resuscitating in the ambulance while coming to the hospital. So those paramedics have a lot to play, and the Federal Safety Corps has done a lot in terms of training and retraining of our paramedics, which still goes on from time to time, though unannounced. Most of our ambulances, what used to be so many years back, 20 years back, is not what it is now. Our people are well trained because we know the importance of that training. The series of past 2-3 commercials have done a lot to that effect, which I am also a trainer, an EMS trainer. So this is very important in the part of the pay. So, like I said, the time is short, I have to be fast. Talking about the legal aspect, you find out that a lot has been happening. You go to the accident site, you may not be there first. Passers-by will get there before you, like I've experienced many times. Then they get there, they're afraid to move these people, these victims, and bring them to hospital. The first question is, are you the one that caused the accident? Wait here, they're calling the police. So you find out that certain things deter people from going in to rescue, except the very courageous ones. I've been in an accident victim, in an accident clinic one time. A man that was driving his children to school saw an accident site. People were injured, things were scattered all over. He said, in his own words, that he wanted to pass because he doesn't want to enter issues with anybody. But he changed his mind and moved them all to our clinic, and that was a saving grace because they were losing blood. They needed to be secured, the hemorrhage needed to be secured, and they needed to be resuscitated. For that man's early action, quick action, we wouldn't have been able to save those people in that bus that had a crash. So you find out that the legal system, thank God we have legal and legislators, judicial and legislators representatives here. If laws can be made to make people free to move accident victims to a nearby road traffic crash accident site, which we have along the major corridors, and even to the hospitals. But most times, if you look at the structure of the roads, the distance to the hospitals quite far. So you find out that the ambulance stations, our zebras, FRS we call them zebras, our ambulance stations do more work than in terms of reaching. Remember that the time you reach an accident victim is very, very important. That is the golden time. We still achieve 15 minutes, but it is not, we can do better. But we are still better off. Because when you look at the institution that does most of the ambulance services, it is FRSC. But we still need to collaborate. We still need more hands on deck so that we can cover more areas and do quicker services. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't talk about the psychosocial aspect because of time. Thank you very much.
Please celebrate him once again with a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Next, we'll call on Mrs. Afef Ben Genaya. Oh, okay, sorry. Next, we'll call on, from Burundi, Mr. Pacific Nsabimbona. Please a round of applause for him. I'm sure I pronounce the name like I'm your tribe.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and honor to be in front of you to this particular session about support for psychological trauma. Most of the time, when an accident crash occurs, ambulances wait those injured, but then those who have no any injury, it's like they are not affected. But it is a very critical and big problem, because families and all the relatives, even neighbors, are affected. There is one day a crash occurred with a school bus. The bus knocked the child, one of the child, who has just got out of the bus and was killed. The next day, it was a shock at the school. Every teachers, children were affected. Because in the classroom, there was an empty place, which the day before there was a child. Then after some days in the classroom, they noticed that children were behaving in a way that shows that there is something would happen. And when they come to support, even they discover that even the affected. And I came to know this because one of my children were in that classroom. And me, as the CEO of a company who deals with road safety, we have all the specialists dealing with the 5 pillars of the road safety, and among them the psychologists. Then talking in our meetings comes to know how can we address with this psychological trauma when it happens. Then and for this, every action needs funding. But then we had to see a way which can be cheaper and with a big result and quick result. We approach now the Ministry of Health, because it has got community medical, they are medical community animateur. Can you help? Okay, they are disseminated in all the country, and these ones, the Ministry of Health would give them all the messages related to health. These people are elected in their community. That means they have a voice which goes, and they are trusted because they are elected in the community. And these ones would now see, because they are in the community, they see what happened, even for data. If it comes for example, in up country where there are these two-wheelers they use for everything, other motorcycle or cycle. These people, when they have a crash, they don't even go to report. But these ones, the community leaders, they will know what happened. So these ones would help for collecting data, and then also give feedback of what happened in the community. And from that, we also went to the psychology faculty of the university so that the lecturers would help with the students who are preparing their works of the end of the study in their research to sensitize them about this catastrophe. So that they integrate in their research that aspect of psychological trauma of the road crash. Besides that, we also went to there is an association of medical students, then also them now they are involved. So with this, bringing all these key stakeholders in together, we wish now to get and to address this, I would say, silent trauma, because all these people affected psychologically are not really, let us say, we are not really seen as they should be. So, thank you. This is our experience.
Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you for being time conscious too. Next, we're going to call on a professional, the founder, Brain and Spine Foundation. But before I bring her up, gentlemen and ladies, I would like to introduce someone that just walked in. A very wonderful mother with a very big heart. She is the President Court of Appeal and the founder, KRSD. Gentlemen and ladies, if you are as excited as I am to have her, please let's celebrate as we welcome Her Lordship, Justice Monica Dongban Memson, TFR. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome. May God bless you. May your labor of love never go unrewarded. Thank you, ma. You're welcome. And so the next speaker is no other but Engineer Chika Okwolisa. Please a round of applause for her as she comes up. You're welcome, ma.
Thank you. I don't have 2 minutes. Please, this is not enough. Thank you.
Okay, ma, you have 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let me start by commending the KRSD Foundation and a special recognition to Ma'am, Her Lordship, for this landmark gathering and the Federal Road Safety Corps. It's the first of its kind summit that has tried to put the victims, the survivors, the family of road crash victims at the center of conversation, not just the road safety and prevention statistics. This moment is long overdue. Thank you, ma'am. I will try to be brief. This is actually the main session that is trying to address the post-crash victims, and I think it's supposed not to be 2 minutes. I will start by letting you know what led me into neuro advocacy as an engineer. Some time ago, my younger sister suffered a severe brain injury condition, not from road safety, but that condition led to 5 brain surgeries and 2 strokes. I became her primary caregiver, and what I saw and experienced in our hospital corridors the fear, the agony, the frustration, the financial burden, the confusion is not something I would wish on anyone here, not anyone on the planet. And that was why I'm on this journey today. I had to abandon my engineering profession. I watched my sister fight for every breath, every word, every movement. And thank God she's alive today. In 2023, we convened the first National Brain and Spinal Injury Conference in partnership with Road Safety. Because what I thought was scarce, was rare, I was later to discover that it was huge and everywhere. Because road crash incidents on our road is the major contributor, the highest, the dominant driver of brain and spinal cord injury in Nigeria and in Africa. And unfortunately, we are not ready. We are still not ready. Because I have searched. I couldn't see the Minister for Health in this place. I didn't even see his representative. I did not see the pamphlet. Yes, they might be in Calabar, but this is a very critical discussion that we are having here. It involves life and saving lives. It can happen to anybody. I'm not guaranteeing myself that I will live here now and get to my destination without accident. As I was coming here this morning, I saw an accident that happened this morning. So, what are we talking? We are talking a serious stuff. What happens to survivors of road crash incidents? Most of them, Mr. Chidoka gave us statistics. You know, we are used to calling numbers, 225,000, 17.4, 19.7 out of 100 persons, or out of 100 population die every day. What are they dying from? Those that get to the hospital alive, out of them 20% die. What are they really dying from? Are they not in the hospital? They are dying because we are not ready. Our hospitals are not ready to help them. The system is not ready. We do not have neuro professionals, and we are not doing anything to even have. That is the problem we are having. There is a recent report from one of the trauma centers in Nigeria. This year's report that says that out of the 66.7% of the trauma-related deaths in the hospital died from brain injury, from traumatic brain injury. And 90.9% of that 67.7% were from road accidents. 90.9% of people that died from trauma-related, from the traumatic brain injury were sustained on our roads. If you go to any spinal cord injury cohort, by the way, spinal cord injury is the most devastating injury one can have. And what are we doing as a country to really address this problem? We have a lot to do. We have a lot to say. We have a lot to work on. And until we are ready, honestly, nothing will change. This is the bitter truth. This is the real thing. Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to leave their house and then not come back or not return home. But when we leave and not return, are there chances that something will go right? Or we just abandon ourselves to fate? We are talking about this kind of thing. NEMSAs are not here. National Emergency and Ambulance System or something like that. They are not here. Psychologically, medically, brain and spinal cord injuries, they are in my group. Their injuries, their sufferings don't start or don't end when the injury happens. It starts. And oftentimes it's for a long time. It's for a long time. The psychological trauma they go through, the financial burden that is on them. I'm not talking about Lego. They don't even, so many of them have not even seen money to eat, not to talk about Lego. No, I'm not talking about Lego. The medical are paralyzed for life. They have repeated hospitalization. Some of them have deep pressure sores. I have a patient who, if you remove, in fact, there's nothing you remove. If you look at him, you'll be seeing his bones here. The sores have eaten every flesh on his boot of earth. It's from road accident. I have a young boy in Abuja here, Ikenna, just coming out of church, and a hit and run driver knocked him down, and he sustained a severe brain injury. Ikenna was in the hospital, in the Garrison hospital for 3 months in ICU, 8 months hospitalization. As I'm talking to you, Ikenna is not speaking, Ikenna is not talking, Ikenna is not doing anything. His mom just called me up just some time ago, just recently, all the time, but this one just happened recently. She was feeling suicidal. And I tried to see if one of the neural rehab centers could contain at least Ikenna for, even if it's 3 months. And they told me, Auntie Chi, if it's because of you, we can take only 3 million a month. And then she will have, and then stay for 3 months, then that's 9 million. Just to stay, just to, attend to Ikenna for 3 months, let his mom rest. How many people? There are so many. We have a lot to do. Psychological trauma that comes with people that sustained traumatic brain injuries and spinal cord injuries. Because when I talk about those safety injuries, there are categories. Injuries are in categories. But there are those that are in extreme that nobody is talking about. Government is not even ready to listen to them. And I thank God for Madam. Maybe the conversation will now start now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Please jam your hands together once again for Engineer Chika Kolisa. Thank you very much, ma. Next, we're going to have, permit me to introduce him as an excellent golfer. He was at the golf event, the side event on Saturday. He is a consultant traumatologist and an orthopedic surgery from Abuja-Nigeria University. He's a medical advisor, Accident and Trauma Care Foundation. Please help me make welcome to the stage Dr. Peter Julwak Deshi. Okay, he's going to give his presentation sitting down.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous souhaitons la bienvenue au Nigeria. Pardonnez-moi, je vais parler en anglais parce que je suis anglophone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just greeted our French-speaking compatriots. Permit me to sit down because I have had the fortune or misfortune of since 1994 when I opted to leave general surgery to do trauma and orthopedic surgery. I've had cause to write death certificates of hundreds of people, victims of road traffic accidents. I've had cause to remove limbs, probably about 600 limbs, either hand or leg. I've had cause to take people onto the wheelchair, maybe about 120, all from road traffic accidents. We appreciate our sister and justice who brought us here, and other people who have done so. But we cannot leave this to NGOs. The greatest epidemic in this world is road traffic accidents. It is not Ebola. It is not COVID. Let me give you a simple start. Let me ask you simple questions. How many of you have lost somebody to tuberculosis? Some. How many of you have lost somebody to TB, to typhoid? Some. To breast cancer? Yes, you know some. To liver cancer? Yes, you know some. If I ask you here, how many of you have lost a friend, an associate, a family member to road traffic accident? The answer is 100%. That is the evidence of being an epidemic. Unfortunately, it is not sung, it is not talked about, because it happens every day, everywhere. I call on African government road traffic crashes very seriously. The statistics revealed out by the World Health Organization that 3,500 people die every day from road traffic accidents. I'm sure Africa alone will probably have more than 5,000. And of course, nobody plans a road traffic accident. It happens at odd times, unprepared, unplanned. The guy is going for a wedding ceremony, has a crash. A lawyer going to the court, to the bar, he has a crash. A doctor going for a swearing ceremony, he has a crash. So unless we prepare, emergencies, we wait for emergencies. Emergencies do not wait for us. Countries that have managed crashes and medical emergencies, prepare for it. You know it will happen. You prepare for it. Our system, a lot of times, as a lady from Kenya, I've known that some spinal cord injuries are usually partial spinal cord injuries. But in the process of transporting them from the side of injury, they put them behind a taxi or a saloon car. So the spinal cord gets folded and, of course, becomes complete transaction. I'm sure that's what happened to our sister. Our Fire Road Safety Corps, I think they are doing a great job, but not enough. My idea when they formed the Fire Road Safety Corps was that it be populated by all medical personnel who have also knowledge in traffic and safety and enforcement. I thought we have reached that level that, so at least on our road, I understand you have a very robust emergency approach, but it's not enough. Ideally, everyone in this room should be taught some basic resuscitation. Everyone. I remember a doctor who collapsed. He had a heart attack, and it was a lab attendant that resuscitated him because the lab attendant is trained and the doctor survived. So the first thing is to have a critical mass of people who can attend to road traffic crash, both as passengers, as passerbys. Because what happens is, at a road crash, people are busy taking the video and then started saying, yeah, oh, this one is video, no, hey, this one take him, and a lot of people get to death. Let me share a simple experience. 1993, coming from Port Harcourt, 6 doctors in a car going to Zaria. Before Guagana, that was an accident, people gathered, we just left. After 1 kilometer, we asked ourselves, are we fair? 6 doctors here, please let's turn. So we turned and went. We saw a man and a wife and child rammed in the car. The car was rammed and nobody could remove them. But of course, being more educated people, we asked that we tied the rope to the front of the car and a trailer drove in the opposite direction, another rope behind. So the 2 trailers went in opposite direction and impacted. And we brought out the victim. Who was the victim? Was an orthopedic surgeon from Zaria, who was my teacher. And also, a road traffic accident can happen to anybody, but let us prepare. It's a traumatic event for everybody, for the family, for everybody. I know like our justice, the pain she went through in the last 10 years. Each time I chat with her, even on any other issue, the issue of our foundation comes up spontaneously. We appreciate their pain, and we're happy that we use their pain to bring us together and to wake up from sleep. Africa must wake up. It's not about donor agencies. It's about organization. Let's organize and stop agonizing. You can give the patient, the victim, the basic first aid, transport him or her to the nearest hospital. I am happy, at least the FCT administration, I'm sure you're aware, brought out the emergency medical services scheme that says wherever you're located within the FCTA area, for the first 48 hours, just call them. They will take an ambulance to where you are. Doctors will attend to you and take you to the nearest hospital, and the treatment for the first 48 hours is free. I think this is novel. This should be replicated over the country, and I think the FCT deserves some applause. The psychological trauma to the patient is much more than that of the family. This would be a young, dashing doctor, and all of a sudden he has no link. They need all the support, especially they have what is called the post-traumatic stress syndrome. Most of them keep on having nightmares. They start imagining. Sometimes they feel they are approaching the accident scene. They avoid that route completely for the rest of their life. It gives them sleepless nights. Sometimes even lead to depression and even suicide. Ladies and gentlemen, road crash is everybody's business. It is an epidemic, much more than COVID. As the former Minister of Aviation said, because there were 3 crashes, air crashes in Nigeria, the then President Obasanjo set up a presidential task force and provided funds, and that is responsible for the present low crash rate in Nigeria. I think that it is time for all governments in Africa to set up a special trauma and accident trust fund, a percentage of the budget, such that when a victim is taken to the hospital, you do not need to stress the family, you don't need to stress them. Let there be funds available for the people, because it's a disease that nobody planned for, and it should be taken care of gratis from the percentage from the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Peter Deshi. Thank you very much, sir. At this juncture, we're going to be taking questions. Please, if you have a question, we have 4 panelists. 4 divided by 2 is 2. So we'll take just 2 questions because of our time. And each question, please, if you're asking a question, just go straight to the point. Yes, we'll take just 2. I have 1, and who's the next 2? Thank you. So please, while we're doing that, I would just like to acknowledge some guests that we have here in our midst. We have Honorable Justice J.O.K. Oyewole, PJCA Enugu Division. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. Also, we have Honorable Justice Ridwan Meiwada, PJCA Ilorin Division. You're welcome, sir. We also have in the house Honorable Justice M.I. Sirajo, JCA. We're glad to have you, sir. Here also seated is Honorable Justice D.Z. Senchi, JCA. You're welcome, sir. I want to also acknowledge Honorable Justice Lateef Abdul Ganiu, JCA. We're glad to have you, sir. Also in the house, we have Honorable Justice Suset Eberechi Wike, JCA. You're welcome, ma'am. Okay. The first question, can we have you, sir? In 30 seconds or 1 minute, sir. Question.
Okay, thank you so much. I am Marcel Misimikin, coming from Cameroon. I'm CEO of Secure and President of Africa Road Safety Expert Organization. So my question, support victim is one of the neglected areas in Africa. So my question is to know what about compensation and rehabilitation of crash victims in Africa. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next question. We'll take all questions before we respond. Compensation for crash victims.
My name is Assistant Corps Marshal Joel Dagwa. My question is to Dr. Deshi. From my personal experience, issue of misdiagnosis. My father was involved in a crash 2001. He was taken to the hospital and then they just apply iodine on the open wound. He was taken to another hospital. My mother observed. This man, he could not make use of one side of his arm. The doctor insisted no problem. After 2 weeks, we lost him. And we keep on having similar things like that. And so, what are we doing about situations like that, issue of misdiagnosis?
Thank you very much, sir.
For compensation, I think the National Social Insurance Trust Fund, there's a provision for workers' compensation as far as Nigeria is concerned. And I've had cause to feel for patients, victims of road traffic crashes who are workers, and I think there's a provision for that compensation, but essentially for those who are working with the government and subscribe to the insurance trust fund. About your father, you know, like all systems, yes, there are issues in our system, but we can only try to improve. That's why we insist that once there's a crash, whether we witness it or not, please keep the patient for 48 hours. Usually there's only a lot of pressure. Oh, I thought nothing, make I go home. Sometimes may bleeding slowly into the brain or slowly into the abdomen. And all appeal to say, please, let's observe him or her for 48 hours. Say, no, that is okay. And sometimes so. And under some pressure, of course, no excuse for allowing the patient to go, of course, and we ask that the doctor should insist the patient should sign against medical advice. I think it's no excuse. It's probably we underestimated their father's illness. Sincerely apologize. It does happen as a human system, but as a rule and as a teaching, we insist that once there's a trauma, and especially when you are not there, please keep the patient for observation, minimum 24 hours. And a lot of times it has happened. People will start, the abdomen will start swelling. Maybe it has a delayed rupture of the liver, delayed rupture of the spleen, starts bleeding to the chest, and so on. So it's well noted, and that's why we think that we need more trauma professionals, nurses, and doctors, because with all the prevention all over the world, trauma still exists. The difference between Africa and the rest of the world is that they are there in the UK waiting for trauma victims. They are there in the US waiting for trauma victims. We're here praying that may trauma not happen. Thank you.
Yeah, on the issue of compensation, what we have been advocating is a road traffic trust fund or road crash victims fund. If government can make such fund available, it will go a long way, because when you talk about compensation, someone that suffered and sustained a brain injury or traumatic brain injury might be receiving 100,000. It's not even enough for MRI. So I think there is also critical need or urgent need for a road traffic crash fund. Thank you.
No, I think everything has been said concerning what my colleague, the FRSC officer said about the father. Maybe better medical attention, like my senior colleague said. It would have done some basic checks, like a CT scan, would have revealed the slow bleed or etc. Exactly what he said. We also needed to observe for 48 hours at minimum. So that would have come out from the landline while being observed. In terms of the funding, trust fund, Madam has said that, like I said earlier when I was talking, we have people in the legislature, people in the judiciary, we're all Nigerians. Funding is key, like the keynote speaker spoke, that funding is key. You cannot achieve anything without proper funding. And you cannot prepare for the funding if you do not call that thing very important. So first and foremost, we should call this issue we're discussing today a very serious matter, so that people will have they see the importance of providing that funding. Adequate funding is the key word there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have just a few more observations, or just before we round up. I'm sure You take just 30 seconds to say what you have to say.
My name is Mr. Garba Yarim, retired. I just want to give my personal experience. My personal experience in 2004, I had a crash between Cuba and Abuja when I was traveling from Kaduna down to Abuja. And I believe everything said here is the behaviors of some of these medical representatives. Because we are rushed to National Hospital, we are not received, we are just kept waiting for more than 2 hours before somebody advised that I should go to, we should be rushed to Asobila Clinic. And reaching Asobila Clinic, we are very lucky. I will never forget in my life. A doctor said that he will be here, even if it take him throughout the day, because he has already closed. But he remained there. I was taken to, first of all, X-ray, and all testing was conducted on me, and they discovered that I have, because I was feeling a serious pain on my right hand side of my chest, and immediately they discovered that there is a place that expanded, because they were thinking is that maybe I have a broken chest bone, likely, and they are afraid that maybe it must have touched my lungs and I will have an internal bleeding. That doctor was there throughout until all the tests was conducted on me, and I was admitted in the hospital. So now depends on maybe the Medical Association of Nigeria should sit down and think of those doctors, that because you will rush maybe an emergency cases, they will just tell you whether there's no bed or whatever. Just as one of the speakers or somebody here who has complained that they sit for over 18 hours in Kenya, moving from one hospital to another until when that person lost life. It happens in Nigeria too. So I think the Medical Association of Nigeria should also every time educate maybe the medical representatives to see how can they attend to maybe accident victims anywhere. Thank you very much.
I think this is a good time to appreciate the effort of the medical personnel. Please, can we just celebrate them with a round of applause? Yes, we appreciate your efforts, but they still need to do more.
Thank you very much. I want to talk from the legal aspect. At least we are here with the legal luminaries. Crash occurs as a result of a breach of traffic law. And this leads to death, in most cases, or very serious injuries. And we know that there must be a deterrent to reduce the occurrences of these crashes and wanton killing of our people on the road. However, when crashes happen, in most cases, even immediately after a rescue, some are given mass burial. People, the relatives come and carry their victims or their relations and all that. But I want to ask, or I want to challenge the president here, sir. The laws we have, especially the penalties that are given to lawbreakers, traffic violators, are not enough deterrent to stop people from this minute. And I think it is high time we create a different kind of court, a special court, to try crash scenes, crash victims, or crash, those who really kill people wantonly. Because we know that you have a problem with your vehicle. This vehicle is not properly managed or maintained, and eventually you crash and kill people. What do we do to the owners of those vehicles and to the drivers? By the time we prosecute them properly in special courts and ensure that they pay for damages to properties and loss of life, or even remanded in prisons, or they are taken to prison, this issue of crashes
will definitely reduce, because most fleet owners would not want to give their vehicles to people who will be a liability or a burden to them. So I think there is need for such special courts to be established to try such violators or situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Last but not the least, sir, in 30 seconds, sir.
Yes, my name is Francis. Jean-Francis Lekefa, coming from Cameroon.
Okay, sir.
I'm an expert in road safety.
Okay.
So I want to say that if I tell you that 1 + 1 is what everyone can tell me is 2. But in road safety, they cannot set it very easily like that, because there are many persons who are ignorant for the rules, for the traffic regulations, for the road, highway code. So they can, if they don't know, they cannot have a good use of the road. So we must have a will, make an effort, financial effort, time effort, physical effort, to teach anyone around us to have a good behavior on the road. Because when you have a good behavior on the road, you can also have a good skill. So good skill plus good behavior leads to road safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The safety on the road begins with all of us. We'd like to acknowledge Honorable Justice Ishaq Mohammed Sani, JCA. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him. We'd like to specially appreciate FIA Foundation for their support, represented here by Olivia Nalwada. You're welcome. Please a round of applause for her. We also have in our midst the National Focal Point Coordinator, UN Decade of Action on Road Safety, Professor Sidney Ibianusi. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him. Also in our midst, I forgot to acknowledge a very wonderful gentleman. He is the chairman, DOT KRSD. Please help me jam your hands together for architect Alphonsus Baba. You're welcome, sir. We're so glad to have you. Final response before we call it a wrap. Okay. We're done. I think at this juncture, it won't be a bad idea to appreciate the excellent panelists, celebrate them as they make their way to their seats. We're so glad. We're so happy. Thank you very much, yes, sir. Okay, but before they make their way to the seats, they will just take pictures. I think we will appreciate, we will welcome Her Lordship to join them in a group photograph. Safety on the road is our business. You can't take it for granted. You know, Dr. Deshi was talking that time. He mentioned something like everybody should be taught about mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or something like that. It just reminded me of a story of two enemies. And they were sworn enemies. They hated themselves so much. And then they were walking opposite each other on a bridge. And then they got so angry when he saw that it was his enemy on the other end. He got so angry and he jumped off the bridge. And he fell inside the water. His enemy saw him and he jumped into the water to save him. And guess what? His enemy didn't even know how to swim or any idea on how to manipulate himself in the water. And then he tried his best. He rescued that one. He gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He revived him, pumped his chest, and did all he could and revived him and brought him back to life. And then when that one woke up and saw that it was his enemy that brought him back to life, he was wondering how did this happen and why did this happen. He said, "Sir, why did you help me? I know we are sworn enemies." And then his enemy said, "Sir, I was told that people that die in the water, they go to heaven. That's why I helped you."
Thank you so much. We have a note here. This one is from Ambassador Awal Yusuf. He wrote, "I am calling for Federal Road Safety Commission to constitute a special joint task force, if possible, involving relevant stakeholders in our road management system to stop and regulate enforcement of trailers and other vehicles carrying animals to southeast and Southwest for carrying humans as their passengers. The rate of death that occur is very alarming. So this is for the Federal Road Safety Corps. And we are moving swiftly to the next panel discussion. This time around, we will take the 5th plenary. Our presenter for this panel is the Director General, National Road Safety Agency, Morocco, Mr. Benasser Boulajou. He is to take us on the data gap, building reliable road fatality system in Africa, a safe system approach, and African road safety action plan. Please let's put our hands together for him. While he's coming up, I would like to invite over the members of the panelists. The panel. First on my list is the Deputy Corps Marshal in charge of Policy, Research and Statistics, Department of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Deputy Corps Marshal Clement Oladele, FDC. May I also bring forth the Mr. Sam Clark, Transit UK. Let's put hands together for him, please. We also have on the panel Mr. Jonas Bekele, African Road Safety Observatory. Then we have Mrs. Chika Takashita, Director of Global Programs, Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety. And we also have Mr. Augustine Kaitongi, Director of Road Safety Corps and Enforcement, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority. Is he here? This plenary is to be moderated by no other than Assistant Corps Commander Latif Ramoni of the Federal Road Safety Corps, the focal person, West African Road Safety Organization, WASO.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The topic before us this afternoon is on data. You agree with me that this morning when the former commercial was making his presentation, he ended it with a phrase: we must close the gap. And I like that statement. Looking at this topic, the data gap, building reliable road safety fatality system in Africa, a safe system approach. So, thank you. So when he was giving the data and then followed by the presentation by Dr. John, it was on time. And I want to pray for you as I pray for myself. The remaining part of this year, you will not be added as the data for RTC, particularly for Nigeria. You say amen, and I say amen. But that amen must be supported with action. As a lawyer, a case that is brought before you, how do you handle it? As a road safety officer, you see a vehicle that is deficient and you allow it to go. As the contractor and the person who is awarding the contract, and what you are having after is how much is in for me. It is a collective responsibility. Accidents don't just happen. There must be a cause. Don't be one of the causes. In that regard, to close the gap, there is need for every stakeholder to play its role as expected.
as the community leader, are you that person that when a contract is awarded in your community, you approach the contractor, the cement or the bitumen that is meant to construct the road, you don't negotiate, give me 20 bags to build my house. Then when so at the continental level, there is ongoing effort by the African Union through the African Road Safety Observatory. And we are glad to have in our midst today Mr. Benasser Boulajou, who is the DG Road Safety of Morocco, and at the same time the chairperson steering committee of the African Road Safety Observatory, ASO. You are most welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really, it's my honor, my pleasure to be here today with you to talk about road safety, but mainly in this specific topic. Maybe this event is organized maybe after 7 months after the fourth global ministerial meeting we had in Marrakesh earlier this year. And so many of you attended this meeting, and I'm very happy to meet you again here. Road safety is a real issue in our continent, and needs a lot of involvement, a lot of commitment, and a lot of resilience, because it's not easy to create the add value. That's why we have to be all the time very committed, optimistic, but also to try to involve and to coordinate among all stakeholders concerned by this issue. Today we will talk about data in this panel, and I think this is the starter we have to give more importance, because without reliable data, you cannot build a strategy, you cannot build an action plan. That means everything that can come after not good data, maybe the results cannot be guaranteed. But I am so sorry because I need to be disturbed because I lost my laptop, my personal laptop, and as responsible of road safety in Morocco, I have a lot of, it's my office. So I lost my office. So I am a little bit disturbed, and I cannot be concentrated. And I hope that colleague from police and from security, and I trust the work they are doing now, maybe to bring me my laptop. It's not about the money or the value of the laptop, but about things they are inside. And in the back, I have a lot of personal things, private things. I hope that they can bring to me this laptop. Anyway, so as I mentioned, I am honored. It's an honor to speak with you today about one of the most urgent challenges facing our continent, the lack of reliable road fatality data in Africa, and how the safe system approach, together with the African Road Safety Action Plan, can guide us toward a safer, more resilient future. We know that every year the World Health Organization estimates that more than 300,000 people die on African roads. But behind this shocking figure lies a deeper problem. We still do not know the real numbers. In many of our countries, only deaths at the crash site are reported. Fatalities occurring within 30 days are not consistently tracked. Serious injuries are underreported. And police, hospitals, insurers, transport agencies and emergency services work with disconnected data systems. This creates a data gap, a blind spot that prevents us from understanding the true scale of the road safety crisis. And as the saying goes, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. Data is evidence, and evidence is what drives policy, funding, and life-saving action. Without reliable data, high-risk locations remain unidentified. Prevention budgets are allocated blindly. Effective intervention cannot be prioritized, and countries cannot evaluate what works and what does not. In short, without data, road safety becomes guesswork and lives are lost as a result. To close this data gap, Africa needs robust, standardized, and integrated national data systems. Let me highlight 4 key elements on that. The first one, we need harmonizing definition and methodologies. All countries must adopt international standards, including the 30-day definition of a road traffic fatality. We also need standard crash forms, unified reporting protocols, and common classification of crash severity. Interoperability across institutions. Reliable fatality data requires linking multiple sources. Police crash reports, hospital and emergency care data, insurance records, road authority investigations, and community or mobile reporting systems. No single institution holds the full picture. Accuracy comes from combining and cross-checking multiple data sets. Digital transformation. The third element is digital transformation. We must move from paper-based to digital reporting, from local registers to centralized database, and from manual coding to automated geo-referenced systems. Capacity building. Technology alone is not enough. Police officers, paramedics, statisticians, engineers, and local administration must be trained in data collection, data validation, crash analysis, and risk-based decision making. Strong systems require strong people. But all we know, safe system approach as a new way of thinking. To implement safe system approach, you need a good database system. And the African Road Safety Action Plan tells us how to do. In conclusion, if Africa wants to build a safer mobility future, we must begin with knowledge. And knowledge starts with reliable, complete, and integrated data. Closing the data gap is not a technical exercise. It is a commitment. A commitment to visibility, accountability, and human life. The safe system tells us that deaths are preventable. The African Road Safety Action Plan tells us how to prevent them. But without strong data systems, we are navigating in the dark. Let us therefore commit to building reliable fatality data system, investing in digital tools and human capacity, embracing the safe system philosophy, and implementing the African Road Safety Action Plan with determination. Because every statistics represents a human story, a life that could be saved. Let us choose to save those lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before I call the next speaker, ECM Clement Oladele. I want to recognize Mr. David Nyosenga, the head of the department, the African Safety Observatory from African Union Commission. Just arrived from Ethiopia. Welcome, sir. Microphone. Okay. Now, building the gap in Nigeria, the Nigerian experience. This is what I mean.
Because of time, let me just go straight to the presentation. I don't know if you can let me share it. I think for us in Nigeria, if you look at February 18 next year, FRS will be 38 years old. We are not yet 40 years old. But the interesting thing about FRS is that FRS was founded based on data. It was data that gave birth to the Federal Road Safety Corps. I'm not sure this is working, or if they help me. Okay, great. Because according to WHO, as at that time, relying on the data that was available to them, they said Nigeria was the most dangerous country to drive a motor vehicle, only next to Ethiopia. And this got the government worried in 1988 that they set up the Federal Safety Corps. And because we were born by data, we never joke with data even from day one. And the first thing we did was to make sure that all using the safe systems approach, keying into the UN Decade of Action, FRSC Nigeria has been very active in the 5 pillars that governs or coordinates the UN Decade of Action. And to leverage on that, deliberately as a policy, we belong to all the organizations that are data-driven, all the organizations that use data to run their processes. That is the UNECA, World Bank, PRB, and so on and so forth. And we know in Africa, in low, medium income countries, this is a big issue. This is a big gap. That without reliable data, the only thing is that you can only probe in the dark. And I think these are usually the gaps that we have. I'm happy that Mr. Bolojo has mentioned some of them, so because of time, I'm not going to repeat them again. And as a deliberate policy, as far back as 2010, FRSC commenced the process of making sure that we become a performance-driven organization. And we never joke with making sure that every year we have strategic goals. So you can see from the board, in 2013, you can see what the goal was. It's not very, you cannot see it very well there because of, then maybe the one you can see is that of 2025, the current one. We to achieve 10% reduction from road traffic fatalities. Do we meet these goals? Sometimes we do. Sometimes we don't. But what is germane, what is important is that we must have a benchmark. So that at the end of the year, we know have we met our target? If we never met our target, what happened? A review is done because there's a particular department and even core offices that track this for everybody and for every office. So we built a data architecture. I told you from the onset we were born by data, so we never joke with data. And you can see from the national headquarters up to the station offices, the subnational, the municipal, as you call it in some, or councils in some areas, we collect data. Next to doing enforcement and rescue is data. The FRSC collects data on everything, even minutest things you will not even understand. Things like, and we publish on our website, even if you have a staff that committed misdemeanor, and they're even sacked. Even when we have female officers that gave birth, or were pregnant, or maternity leave, these are the kind, even these are, I'm trying to let you know that these are part of the data we collect as an organization, is to show our transparency. So if you collect this data, then it means that it is possible for us as an organization to check even little things like what time did the patrol team, the respondents, what time did they arrive at the crash scene? Because you must mark it. And what time did they commence the rescue? We take data also to the extent that when we stop you, it's not everybody that they stop that they give tickets to that you go and pay. If we stop you and the patrol team find you not, I don't want to use the word guilty since you are not caught, that you didn't commit an infraction and they allow you to go, they record it. Number stop, number caution, number booked. Because at the back end, this data is being used to ensure that we are assisted to make national policy. But it was still not enough for us. So on our sources of data, we now collaborated because we started having issues with the WHO since they were doing most of the estimation. For instance, WHO will say about 37,000 deaths in Nigeria. And we are doing an average of 6,000 deaths, 5,900 deaths. So we needed to work with them closely so that we can close this gap. Because for us, we're a product of data and we don't want anything that's going to cause that dispute. They assisted us, we now have this form. It's actually a laborious form. In fact, as a patrolman, by the time you finish filling the form, you'll be sweating. So, for us to make sure that we go about it, because it was also giving the patrolmen issues. They were not completing the form. They would just choose the essential aspects and leave the other details that WHO wanted. At that time, they were not started taking data on bicycling and pedestrians that were involved in road traffic crashes. Then we decided to build a national NACRIS, National Crash Information Reporting System. So the current commercial has digitalized the process. So it becomes easier for us to get this, but it's still not working optimally because there are still some issues of training and funding to be able to make it work excellently. And so as I conclude, we're born from data. We live by data. And from what you heard what the former commercial mentioned, that the data about FRSC Nigeria is what can easily make an informed decision to know where the interventions are. So for us in FRSC, we already know where the problems are. Just like a doctor that refers patients for proper diagnosis, it becomes easier for the doctor to do drug management. So that is where we are, but then there are still those gaps, which we feel that coming here, sharing our experience with you, and we are open because we are an ISO certified organization. We are amenable to third-party assessment, and we always take their feedback so that when we go back home, we can improve on our processes. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moladele. Yes, to the panelists, we are going to give 3 minutes to each panelist to summarize your submission. I want to start with the African Union. I follow Mr. Jonas Bekele. What role has or is African Union Commission is doing in the area of closing the gap of data in Africa, particularly the Global Road Safety Report that is always a controversy whenever it is reported about Africa. So, Mr. Bekele, you have the floor. 5 minutes, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So, from the thank you again for the invitation that extended to Observatory. Under the auspices of the African Union Commission, ARCO was initiated back in November 2018, basically to build robust data to monitor the progress of crashes. Of course, it's supported by many partners. Some of them are also here in this presence. I will have a few slides just to give you a context. We know that the continent is one of the highest road traffic fatalities globally, including we had a couple of studies that we co-produced with the other partners. But because of the issues, our ministers, including our heads of state, want to quell this challenge. And back in 2016, they came up with the concept of Africa Road Safety Charter, which basically gives a policy and advocacy framework to create a conducive environment for any road safety intervention in the continent. During our work plan, we had a couple of pillars or outputs, but even to reach there, we know, even in our panelist was mentioning, robust or reliable road safety data is an essential for evidence-based decision making to enable identification of high-risk areas, evaluation of intervention, to monitor progress towards the target like the UN or the AU decade of action for road safety. So we know that this data system supports our member states by providing insightful into crash cause, behavioral factors, performance indicators, and different type of data. But we know the challenge that each and every of our members is facing. Through our engagement with member states, we had 6 weaknesses, especially in terms of data gaps in the continent. So the first weakness that we specify in our member states, under-reporting of crashes and injuries. We know this issue is very pervasive in issues with official police records capturing only basically a fraction of incidents, and in some of the big institution estimates reveal fatality are 1.25 to 7% times higher than the reported in countries. So the second weakness that we have seen through our engagement with member states, especially in the data gap, is incomplete or inaccurate data. Data collection also results in incomplete record with what we call a missing details on crash location, the cause, the vehicle involvement, the victim's outcome, which is leads to what we call inconsistency between the police and the hospital report, which exacerbates the inaccuracy or delay up to, in some cases, 2 years to report back. So this will weaken our report, especially that we submit to, for instance, to WHO, even to agencies. The third weakness that we have witnessed is lack of standardization and definition. So varies in definition, for instance, in accidents, in fatalities. In some countries, they have what we call a 30 days rule, not uniformly applied, even within the same countries. Injuries lead to, incomparable data across countries or sub-regions across the continent. Few adhere, obviously, to international and the ARSO standard. We have what we call the mini ARSO, with differences in classification system causing disparity in reporting. The fourth weakness that we can see from our lead agencies in terms of the data gaps are limited funding, understaffing, inadequate training for the personnel, such as police officer, which result in manual processing prone to error and loss of important information. So road safety is not often prioritized or given attention against other issues, which no dedicated budget, unlike FRS, obviously, in plans of any national strategic plan. So you can easily see the institutional capacity is very weak, which is affecting the data management, leading to ad hoc cooperation rather than more of a systemic effort. The fifth weakness that we witnessed in the data gap is technological and digital deficiency. Many crash systems depend mainly on manual repair, as most of you know, facing issues like power outage, loss of form, lack of digital tools. Only minority have a GPS based or integrated database with behavioral indicators, especially speeding, collecting fewer than in our study, almost less than 5% of our member states. So this slow data processing reduce accessibility for stakeholders. In fact, in more developed countries, you see how digital technologies in this regard. The last but not the least weakness, especially in data gaps, is food. We have what among police, health, insurance, and transport agencies, which need more of a parallel database with a minimum linkage, which worsening the underreporting in data silos. Lack of lead agencies in some countries. So this is how we came as an observatory to support member states, especially as to address this data gap. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Jonas. And I wish the support will be sustained by the African Union. Thank you. Yes, let me go to the West African region now. In 2 minutes, Mr. Katongi, the Sierra Leone Safety Authority, how do you close the gap using the state system approach in Sierra Leone? This has been your authority and the work of the police in Sierra Leone. Energy is getting reliable data from Sierra Leone. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. The Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority, that's a lead agency now, the road safety in Sierra Leone, was created by an act of parliament in 1996. Prior to that, the institution was just there to actually maintain as government vehicles. But when there was need for us to transform from that trajectory and ensure that we align with road safety as a nation, as a country, Mr. Osita, who actually did a very impactful presentation this morning, visited Sierra Leone and looked at our road safety laws, rules, regulations. And we are advised that for us to actually do an effective and efficient road safety as a nation, there was need for us in the first place to have a blueprint document we can use to enforce road safety. So that strategic policy document was actually initiated in Sierra Leone, and with our relationship with the Sierra Leone police in collecting data. Of course, data collection has been a very serious challenge to Sierra Leone because we wanted to actually collect the data that we use to maintain data integrity around the information we collect. Because prior to this time, we have various agencies that have been collecting data and also reporting it. We have the Sierra Leone Safety Authority, and you have the police, you have also the Ministry of Health that has also actually been very well in collecting data. So we realize that at the end of every year, we have all of these agencies reporting data independently. But with time and based on advice and based on what actually we've been emulating from countries like Nigeria, because 4 years down the line, I was in Nigeria here with the executive director for us to actually establish a bilateral relationship with Nigeria. So when we came, we were able to study quite a good number of things. The federal safety call we are doing. And when we return back to Sierra Leone, we are able to adopt all of those beautiful ideas, initiatives that actually the FRSC are doing in terms of data collection. So look at some of the materials, information we collected, and then a data collection framework policy that captures several variables in terms of data collection. So we now met with the police for us to see how we can create that kind of synergy around data collection, so that we collect data, the police collect, and we actually report as a nation, but we reference all of the other parties, institutions that are actually involved in that data collection. If we do it that way, and very recently, the African Union Commission, the WHO, and that of World Bank realized that there is need for us to do more than what actually we've been doing. So a particular data-driven platform, digital system was actually introduced to us that is being called Driver, and which has no room to actually accommodate duplication in terms of data collection. And when the World Bank actually accorded that responsibility, that facility to us as a nation, there was also a very serious challenge, and the challenge was who has to actually host that particular digital system for us to collect data. But of recent time, based on actually several engagements we've got with the police, the Ministry of Health, and other agencies that are actually involved in data collections, we'll be able to agree that the particular system should actually be hosted by the Sierra Leone Safety Authority, and other parties actually should be involved in it in collecting data, and that's what currently we are using. We've also actually created several things like the 844, so that when you encounter any emergencies that hinges around breakdown, that hinges around traffic system that are challenging, you call the 844, and we'll make sure we give you a time to ensure that we actually respond to these issues. We've also established the highway management unit because we realize that as a nation, we are losing so much lives as a result of abandoned vehicles, the heavy vehicles. So we have the highway management that is very functional. We are using as a nation to ensure that we remove breakdown vehicles from our major highways in Sierra Leone.
Thank you. I don't know if I give Augustine 1 hour to continue talking. Thank you. I'm coming back to you, but I'm going to the Global Alliance for NGOs for Road Safety. How are you able to coordinate your members in Africa to ensure that the data gap is addressed, and what role is your agency? In 2 minutes, to assist us in this regard. So, advice for African nations. So, let me give you this. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. And I want to first of all thank KRSC and the Federal Road Safety Corps for having us all here. And it's my and I also want to say thank you to AWA as well in ensuring to bring as many NGOs as possible to this very significant forum and putting a spotlight on road crash victims and supporting them in addressing this issue. Yeah, I'm very honored and feel really warmly welcomed by the people of Nigeria, and I'm very touched by it, so thank you very much. So the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, we represent a strong network of NGOs who are working on the ground to demand for systematic changes, so that we don't continue to see these tragedies and the grief and that comes with road crashes. And so one of the things, it's, of course, we support the continual improvement of data collection system and filling the gaps, and that's extremely important. And so we will do that in parallel. However, I do also want to emphasize that let us not use data gaps as an excuse for inaction. Because we do, as we've heard, there are data available. Let's make better use of that data that are available, and also we know what works. So it's about putting in the evidence-based interventions in places that we know from experience that people are going to be put at risk. So one of the ways we're mobilizing our NGOs on the ground to fill the data gap is what we call mobility snapshots. We have a publication of it, and we can have a look at some of the data that are being collected by NGOs. And this is a safe system approach. So what the NGOs do is they go out to the street, find an intersection near their home or near their workplace, and look at the road environment. So our natural inclination when we look at pedestrian crashes and when we look at deaths and injuries, we tend to think, what did the driver do wrong? What did the pedestrian do wrong? How can we change them? But no, the safe system approach is about looking at the road environment. What are the systemic deficiencies that we need to change? And so what the mobility snapshot does is to guide our NGOs to look at the road environment very critically using the safe system approach. And we've collected 150 plus intersection data in partnership with IRCVAC, and so some of them have been star rated, and a lot of these intersections are rated 1 star. And these intersections are lacking life-saving interventions that we know that work, such as 30K zones or lower speed limits, pedestrian facilities, including crossings and footpaths, and designated cycle paths, and traffic calming to manage the speed. And we've already seen some street transformations thanks to the data collection made by our NGOs. So, for example, in Ethiopia and also in Zimbabwe, they've done a mobility snapshot. They brought that data to their decision makers, and they have now seen a pedestrian crossing installed in Addis Ababa and a traffic calming installed in Harar, for example. So these are really effective ways to change. It reflects our voice. We want change, and where do we need the solutions to be implemented? And we bring this concrete data. So we are doing more of that data-driven advocacy. The other aspect that we are looking into is safe helmets. And we know that motorcycle riding is continually exploding, but we don't have the system to protect these motorcycle riders. And one of that system is failure of our motorcycle helmets. It's not just about the wearing. A lot of the countries have achieved putting motorcycle helmet wearing laws, which is fantastic. And there's some enforcement happening as well. However, if that helmet is not actually meeting any safety standard, it's not going to protect them when they need it most. So we're giving these people a false sense of security, and we're letting them down, because in a crash, when they need it most, that helmet is not going to protect them. And so one of the other data collection that the NGOs are doing, and this was at the ministerial conference in Marrakesh, and our members bought real helmets that are commonly used in their country. And we had a booth where our NGOs spoke with their ministers who were present at the ministerial conference and raised this issue of how not all helmets are safe. These are like real examples, and we had about 25 helmets from different countries, and we sent 11 helmets from 10 countries to a ISO accredited testing. And this shows that all these helmets, they look nice and they look like real helmets, but they don't actually meet any safety standards.
Thank you. So please, if you have the soft copy of that your presentation, you can drop me with the rapporteurs or the organizers. It will be helpful to them. So
thanks for the opportunity.
Let me take on some class. The front 8, the trainings we are giving, and despite that, the increase in the number of road fatalities and injuries in Africa. How can trans 8 assist us to reduce the incidence of road crashes in the continent? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
1 minute.
Thank you. Sorry, how many minutes did you say? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Right. Thank you. I feel like we've been talking about data for decades now, and I don't know, my instinct is telling me that there may be small improvements, but the improvements are not happening as fast as they really should be. When I was asked to sort of be a part of this panel, I kind of questioned it because I'm not a data specialist. I should qualify that. I work for an NGO, but then I sort of thought about it, and I thought actually all of our work is dependent on data. I work for an NGO called TransAid, and we advocate to governments on two elements chiefly around road safety, which is improved professional driver training standards and also helmet standards and the enforcement of those helmet standards as well. And obviously, advocacy efforts start with building an argument as to why that change should be made, and you start that building that argument by gathering data, putting it together, conducting some research, and then presenting it to the relevant, whether it's government, private sector, or whoever. I was privileged to have been a part of the first study in Kenya last year, which looked at the health costs of motorcycle crashes. And ideally, it was a case of really gathering secondary data which had already been collected by the police, by the hospitals, by the health, Ministry of Health. But in many cases, we found ourselves having to generate that data ourselves and therefore go out into the field, conduct primary research, which in this day and age, given limited resources, we're all affected by it, was a difficult issue for us from a funding point of view, from a resourcing point of view as well. However, we did determine that over a third of injuries where riders are hospitalized, their injuries are to the head. That indicates that they're not wearing a helmet or the helmet is substandard. We also gathered from the data, and this is chiefly from hospital data, that the longest stays in hospital and therefore the most severe injuries were to the head, and also the most costly to the individual, but also the economic burden to the hospital and in turn the Ministry of Health as well. So regardless of the fact that we had to generate some of the data, we spent days in, I don't know if anyone knows Nairobi, Mama Lucy Kibaki Hospital. They keep all their data on paper under a stairwell in one of the wards, and we spent days under that stairwell surfing through paper and looking through, quite frankly, incomplete records in many of the cases and trying to piece together jigsaws. And that is not an efficient way to conduct research. And if that data did exist, if it was consistent, if it was accurate, regularly collected, then fantastic. Our job would be made much more easier. But also the impact of the interventions that we all implement, as well as the allocation of resources as to where they should go. Like I said, we're all limited in terms of the resources we have available. We need to know where to put those resources to have maximum impact. So my plea is that we do more than talk about data, and we action it, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because of the next panel, we won't be able to entertain questions and comments. But I will hold the microphone. In 30 seconds, we want to get your take homes, particularly considering the theme of this conference for Africa and African nations. In 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Of course, the take home, we are in Benin because for us as a lead agency, two major characteristics of a lead agency: responsibility and authority. So we are of the considered view that what we agreed on in Benin after the formation of the Association of African Lead Agency, ACC, we should actually put premium on post-class response, like presenters have said here. And that has actually precipitated the need for us to actually start the highway management and see how we can ensure that people that normally involved into road traffic crashes are actually attended to in real time.
Thank you.
Yeah, road safety is a very wide area, and I think in this field we can learn a lot from each other. And I think this kind of conferences are very important maybe to know about best practices in different areas, and like let's say could be in cash disciplines, but also what we are discussing here is about the data system, collecting data system, and in terms of strategy, action plan, infrastructure. And I think safe system approach is a very, very good way to follow. Thank you.
Okay, if I'm going to narrow it to what is our subject matter, which is issue of data, is for us to go home and know that if you prioritize collection of data, no matter how minute they might be, you will never know how it's going to help you to make transformation. How it can make a society to grow, and how it can also, when you neglect it, cause decay in that particular society. And for road safety, it's about life. And one life saved is more than billions of dollars that is saved by government. And so with this, I feel if you prioritize data, we can do proper planning, and then we can contribute to national development.
Thank you.
Okay, so I call on all the governments in Africa to work closely with NGOs. You have NGOs in your countries, and so please work with the NGOs who are collecting data locally, and they're the ones who know the local realities. And so it's really important, especially when you're considering about the data gaps and you don't know what to do. NGOs can bring you the solutions. So please do take advantage of that.
I think if we filled this room full of people from Abuja, and we asked that room who had been directly affected by a road crash, I pretty much guarantee that maybe 70–80% of hands would go up in the air. And I think if people see that, and if people maybe shout a little bit more about it, then there'll be more action from government. So maybe to the NGOs amongst us, let's generate a groundswell of support for prioritizing road safety in future.
Thank you. The NGOs are listening.
Thank you very much. We have a saying, the famous one, without data, you are just another person with an opinion. So to address that, through our core work plan, we have what we call a network of national data coordinators who serve as to link between all road mobility and safety-related data in the respective countries. So as an observatory, we have what we call a capacity development outcomes, which is outcome 3, except of course we have a policy segment, a data segment, but also original cooperation in the capacity building. So we will endeavor to work in that regard to capacitate our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. Please, shall we give them that one? I know that national data, diabetes criteria will be one. Somebody is laughing there. So please, shall we give them a round of applause? They have done excellently well. So our panelists and speakers,
We would like the representative of the Katsina State Governor to join. While that is not going on, we wish to humbly recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Oluwayemisi O. Williams Daudu, PJCA Port Harcourt Division, Honorable Justice Rita Ofili Ojumo Gobola of the Federal High Court, Honorable Justice Toyin Ibaye, Admin Judge 1, Lagos State Judiciary, and Honorable Justice Modupe Nicole Clay, Admin Judge 2, Lagos State Judiciary. Thank you. We would hurriedly take the next panel before we go for. We have just 15 minutes to do this. Just 15 minutes. Then we'll go for lunch/dinner break. For this panel, we have Assistant Corps Commander Ferdinand Ama, PSC, of the Federal Road Safety Corps Transportation Growth Initiative, to come for the presentation. We have members of the panel. We have Mr. Abraham Peter, Director of Strategy and Communication, Ochenuel Mobility, Mr. Musa Ibrahim, Road Transport and Mass Transit, that's Representative of Transport Minister, Nigeria, Engineer Ekon Basi, Director of Highways, Minister of Works, Nigeria, Mr. Jordi Bosch, UN Habitat, United Nations Road Safety Fund, Spain, Mrs. Liavanta Miller, Bloomberg Philanthropies, USA, Dr. Malik Fall, Director of Transport, Mauritania, Mr. Patrick Kiandru, Africa Regional Coordinator, Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety. And then we have Mrs. Natahali Chiavasa, International Road Assessment Program, IRAP, UK. To moderate this session, I have the privilege to invite over Deputy Corps Marshal Chidi Berry Benjamin Nkwanta, Esquire, FWC, retired, of the Federal Road Safety Corps. We also have to join them, Mrs. Afe from Tunisia.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been told that I have 15 minutes, and we're supposed to have 2 presenters, but right now we're going to have 1. And that will be on the topic lowering speed to reduce victims on low and middle income countries. That will be taken by Ferdinand Ama, PSC, Assistant Corps Commander with the Federal Road Safety Corps. Well, the other gentlemen on the panel, gentlemen and ladies, have been recognized, so there's no point repeating their names again. Well, Mr. Ama is going to be speaking for 5 minutes, we have 15 minutes, and there are 5 of you, so you can do the math. We have 10 minutes divided by 5. That means you all have 2 minutes. And I'm going to try to be strict with the 2 minutes, because I know that everybody here is hungry, including myself. I'm even beginning to lose coordination. I mean, when you catch 60-year-old men, I put them in a room, I sit them here for hours. You know what that means. So we're going to go straight to the point. Mr. Ama? Okay. Well, my time has not started yet. Because I was told that the presentation is not ready. So we'll start counting when they give me signal that the presentation is ready. He's going to speak for 5 minutes, and then the discussants will speak for 2 minutes each. Then we'll round up. Okay, while that is going on, I think the MC wants to say something. Please don't make a joke about me, because I will slap you. My background is bad. Don't worry, I know how to dodge very well. Gentlemen and ladies, can we please just stand? We've been sitting for too long. Can we just stand and stretch a little? Sorry, please forgive me, but let's just stand. Just stretch. Maybe you can just do this. Just to the left, to the left, to the left with both hands. To the left. To the left, take it easy, but don't crack your back. To the left. Now swing over to the other side. To the right. To the right. Some of us are not stretching. To the right. To the right. Ah, come back up. Okay, now let's go this way. Down, touch your toes. Those that have something very big in front are complaining. Touch your toes. Touch your toes. If you can, touch your toes. Touch your toes. Stand back. Okay, do this. Back a little. Stretch back. Back. Then do this. Can we do this? This is the easiest. I'm sure everybody will be able to do it. Just do this. Just do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Ah, you did very well. This is a very good time to clap for yourselves. Please celebrate yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. Celebrate yourselves. Thank you very much for having been here this far. You can have your seats. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. While we're waiting for Mr. Ahmad, the presenter, I would also like to appreciate the discussants. Are you ready? Okay. We have 6 discussants now. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I was comfortable when we had 5. That I could divide the 10 minutes by 5. Now how am I going to divide 10 minutes by 6? Somebody do the math for me, please. Or give me extra 2 minutes. So you give me extra 2 minutes. So I don't have to crack my head. I'm a lawyer. I'm not a mathematician. All right, Mr. Am, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I know the day is fast spent, so I don't intend to waste time. I'll make it very snappy. Thank you. Within 7 minutes or thereabouts, I'm going to be discussing lowering speed to reduce victims in low and middle income countries. All right, just manually press it. Thank you. Basically, the problem of road safety is universal. Like the former commercial I lectured in the morning, there is actually nowhere that is safe when the system is not in place. And so it's a problem and it's a challenge that should be addressed. And I'm glad this dialogue is all about improving safety. According to the WHO region classification, the problem of road safety, road traffic fatality is highest in low and medium income countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, Western Pacific, Southeast Asia region. And at the heart of this problem, next slide, is speed. Next slide. The heart of this problem is speed. The same, according to the WHO, speed is recognized as one of the 5 key behavioral risk factors, aside from distracted driving, drunk driving, child restraint, crash helmet, and the rest. Speed is significant. And so, by consciously working on speed, we can actually reduce the problem. Next slide. Next slide. Empirically, at a collision speed of about 20 kilometers per hour, nearly all pedestrians survive a crash in a passenger car. At about 40 kilometers per hour, 90% of such occupants also survive. If we go to 80 kilometers per hour, the survival rate drops to about 50%. And at 100 kilometers per hour, the survival rate drops to as low as 10%. Next slide, please. And so, speed matters a lot. Simply because by reducing speed, by lowering it to about, decreasing your speed by like 5 kilometers or thereabouts, we can significantly reduce the risk of fatality. Additionally, the pedestrian hit about 50 kilometers per hour has a high chance of dying. But at the recommended 30 kilometers per hour, that risk dropped dramatically. Next slide, please. This is where the concern comes in, because the bulk of the vulnerable group are the exposed road users, basically the pedestrians, the motorcyclists, and the cyclists. And that's why this conversation is very, very important. Next slide. Looking at the speed factor in Nigeria, because we also want to look at it here, not discussing it globally. You can see in 2022, out of a total crash of about 13,656 and a total fatality of about 6,456, speed accounted for 56%. Next slide. In 2023, out of 10,617 and the fatality of 5,081, speed accounted for 58. Next slide. 2024, that's last year, speed accounted for 65% of it. And so if you take 65% of the fatality and the crashes, you actually do the simple math and you know the impact. And so we believe with this dialogue and sincere discussion, we believe actions from here and other places will help us see the speed factor lowering the fatality rate in Africa and the rest of other countries. Next slide. And so, why is this higher in the low and medium income countries? Next slide. There are several factors, but we'll just because of time discuss this. One of it is the mixed traffic conditions. Now we don't have dedicated lanes. If you are very familiar with most of the roads in Abuja, not within the city centers, those that lead to the satellite town, particularly for those that link to Abuja-Ketu Road, you see you have the same lane where the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, we have a bicyclist, all of them using that way, including the semi-trailers, and that creates problem on its own. Next slide. Another condition is inadequate enforcement tied to lack of sufficient technological capacity, particularly in the area of speed cameras. Naturally, nobody likes to be zoomed on camera. I could recall there was a time I was in a course, and all of a sudden, all of us, about 300 students seated, and the lecturer walked in. We were just, having our own time discussing. All he did was, he just started turning his camera and was zooming, and everywhere became dead silent. And suddenly he asked, what happened? And we're all quiet. Then he said he was actually zooming the camera, he wasn't even recording. But, so nobody likes to be seen. And so if we can employ things like speed cameras, even if they are going to be decoy, they'll go a long way in addressing the speed problem. Next slide. Another factor to consider is the poor road designs. And because of time, I want to emphasize on the issue of forced and natural acceleration. For those who are very conversant with this Mogadishu barrack to the Karo Bridge side, you see that road naturally, even if your car, if you engage it in neutral, it can go as high as 100 kilometers per hour on its own. So sometimes poor road designs can contribute significantly to speed. Next slide. Then we also have growing population increase, exposure and congestion, often without corresponding safety upgrades. Now we have, thank God for what, we appreciate what the FCT is doing. We have a lot of pedestrian bridges within the city centers. But sometimes when you go to the hinterlands, where the population is high, we hardly have them. And so you have people crossing. And even there are instances where we have the pedestrian bridge, people don't use it. And so the risk of a collision becomes very high. Next slide. And so what are the actions that the government in Nigeria has taken? We could recall in 1st of October 2016, the government instituted the enforcement of speed limiting devices in Nigeria after several other steps. Next slide. However, this date or this enforcement took place within the scope of what we call the safe systems approach, encompassing policy makers, law enforcement, automotive design, and the rest of them. Next slide. And so what are my own recommended key strategies that we can apply in lowering the case of speed in low and medium income countries? First, we look at stronger enforcement, and we're looking at deploying automated speed cameras. Like I said, even if we have decoys, even if you have decoy cameras positioned in strategic areas, they are enough. Nobody likes to be recorded. Nobody likes to be flagged. We also look at increasing roadside speed checks, as well as establishing penalties and checks. I can recall in March when, in April, I was a part of a group in Accra, Ghana, for a conference. And the driver just got to a point and we said, you should move. And he said, no, you can't move because there's a camera watching. watching. So that awareness is there, and it can help a lot in enforcing. That's like safer routes by installing speed bumps, rumble strips, raising raised crossings, and creating pedestrian-friendly zones. That will also help a lot. And also we look at the speed limit reforms. This 30 kilometers per hour, sometimes it's hard to appreciate that it can be done, but I can say clearly, when I was in the course, in the army barracks, in the military barracks, this law works, and you hardly have any collision at this speed. So we need to have this speed limit installed or working in our high-risk zones. We also need to set realistic speed limits based on the traffic mix peculiar to us. We encourage speed control measures, especially in the private car, because what we have is for commercial vehicles. Now we have the private vehicles not affected by that law, so we need to encourage that. And also we need to advocate for the recalibration of our speed limit. At worst, we can encourage our individuals, private, to even start with speed governors if the limiters will not be. Next slide. And also, we need to look at the public awareness and behavior change, which I believe this dialogue is all about. And I believe that is the strongest, one of the strongest tools we can. Next slide. So, if we apply these basic key strategies, what will be the outcome? Next slide. Certainly, we have fewer fatalities and injuries. We also have safer routes for pedestrians and children in line with the SDG Goal 11. And also, it will position us strongly to align with the global goals of the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety and the SDG. In conclusion, speed reduction is not merely a technical intervention. It is a life-saving policy and development priority. Also, speed control remains one of the most cost-effective measures that we can adopt. And finally, it is pertinent to embrace this idea to reduce crash and victims to build a safer community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad. I think that applause, I believe it was so that he could hurry up quickly so that we can go and have lunch. Or did he really do so well? I think he did well. I think he did well. So this second applause is from the heart. So we appreciate this one. So I want to thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, in 7 minutes, the gentleman was able to look at speed as it relates to middle and low income countries. You know, he traced the nature of the roads, what causes speed, and he tried to provide some solutions. So I want to thank you for that. Well, coming down to Nigeria, we are in Nigeria, so I'm going to start from Nigeria. I believe that Engineer Ekong is here. You have heard what he said. What is your ministry doing, knowing fully well the Nigerians are affected by what he said? What is the Ministry of Works in Nigeria doing to ensure that critical interventions are put in place to reduce speed in Nigeria? Ekong, is he here? Engineer Ekong. Engineer Basi Ekong. Okay. Since he's not here, then maybe I should quickly go to Mr. Josh. Mr. Jody Bosch, UN Habitat, United Nations Road Safety Fund. I know your fund provides a lot for all the critical areas in road safety intervention, but now we're talking about speed particularly. Are you focusing on speed? How much are you deploying to speed in lower income countries?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you for the question, and first of all, thank you to everyone. We came here and we so far felt extremely welcome. So the Nigerian hospitality is has improved to the level of the expectations. So thank you everyone that played a role in that. We, as the United Nations, so my name is Jordi and I work for the UN at the agency UN Habitat that works mostly at local level, at city level, supporting cities in any kind of urban development issues. And nowadays what happens is that we have kind of like the worst recipe for road safety, because basically in cities we have an increasing population, cities are growing in number, We have an increasing degree of motorization. There's many countries in the world that the middle class is growing. People are buying cars, families are getting more than one car, so we're getting more people, more cars on the road. Also technology and innovation is improving, so we're getting better roads, we're getting faster cars. So all these different ingredients make for, they really don't help, no? So if we leave them alone, we really need to do something to tackle this issue, otherwise it gets wild. So, because we know that working with, as you mentioned, like low and middle income countries, the financial part is key, is essential. But the good thing here is that speed, we're not talking about rocket science or like high investments. We can do, basically with the money that we put on building new roads, we can do exactly the same, but building roads that care for accessible speeds, for speeds that don't kill people, that don't kill mostly the most vulnerable users, like the pedestrians along the road and so on. So what we do at UN is we support cities and we try to make them understand how easy and how cost effective it is to implement very understandable measures that will help reduce the speed in the roads. And by reducing the speed in the roads, we will reduce the crashes and we'll reduce the deaths. So it's as simple as like painting, as it was mentioned before, painting basing lines as can go, maybe doing elevated pedestrian crossings, maybe improving a bit the street lighting and so on. So this is one thing. And then the other thing that we also encourage cities and maybe countries is to, we talked briefly before about policy, and we know that there's always more countries that have policies and designs on how to build roads, but most of the crashes happen also within urban contexts. And within the cities, most of the time we don't have roads, we have streets. So the streets are different because there's a coexistence between many different road users. There's the pedestrians, there's the street vendors, there's everything. And I'm closing now, exactly, thank you. So we also encourage countries to develop or to use like better street design manuals that will care and will put road safety at the center, and with it improve the road safety situation in that countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jody Bosch. Sorry, I know you had a lot to say, but I have to stop you because there are other people. And I've just been told now, initially I had told you that the second presentation will not hold, but I've just been told that the presenter is here and he came all the way to this place. It would be unfair to ask him to go back without making his presentation. So if you permit me for 5 minutes, let me invite Mr. Abraham Peter, Director of Strategy and Communications, Ochonem Mobility, to make the second presentation for this session, please. Just for 5 minutes. It's already up, the presentation is up, I assume. Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, I would like to stand on the existing protocol and just go right into the presentation. I've already been introduced. Listening to all the presentations, what strikes my mind is, can we get into actions already? Can we deal with this menace already? Or are we going to still be talking about having wonderful conference, having resolutions, having discussions, and not getting into action? So very quickly, I'll talk about the review of the 30 speed kilometer policy in Nigeria. Sorry about that. Okay, so speed is defined as moving faster, or an object to move faster, and in this case, a vehicle moving faster. As much as the benefit includes reducing traffic, travel times, the impact that it poses negatively abounds, and they are enormous, from traffic congestions to emissions, increased emissions, and of course, fatalities at its way. Now, it is the leading cause of crashes and consequently death of all causative factors, where nearly 80% of all leading causative factors related to it. And that means to deal with speed and get the problem solved. Very quickly, I would like us to just listen to, watch this. That's a car driving at 30 kilometers per hour, and to 60, the impact has been displayed. 100 kilometers, catastrophic, I guess. Increase it to 120 kilometers per hour, and these are the impacts. 200 kilometers per hour. And then you keep wondering why speed. So I'm just going to skip that and continue. So speed is to move quickly, like I've already explained, and the act of driving a motor vehicle at a higher speed than safe or legal speed is called speeding. Speeding, over speeding is the wrong English. Type of speed. We have design speed that underpin the design of the road, and of course, speed limit. You know, that was regarded as the posted speed, which is the legal maximum road speed. Operating speed, which is the speed most drivers chose to drive at will, or the common norm of the society. And of course, safe speed, because of the road condition. Now, this leads to these concerns. That in Nigeria, nearly 80% of all road crashes are speed related, and more than 40% of these fatalities are pedestrians and cyclists who are killed by these drivers, not by vehicles, because someone is actually engineering the speed. So I like that statement by the drivers. These are largely in crashes happening within the urban areas, and this was what informed the UN General Assembly resolutions on the Global Plan of Action to have road fatalities by 50% before the year 2030. These resolutions, among other things, demand that lower speed or low speed 30 km per hour as default urban speed to enable safe walking and cycling, and cut road death in line with the World Health Organization recommendation. Policy recommendations. Now, our organization actually pushed for this in the National Council of Transport, and in 2021, the council came to a resolve to adopt 30 kilometers before urban speed citywide of all categories of vehicles except for vehicles on emergency duties like ambulance, fire service, security, and traffic force on duty. In urban roads, and then a call on all relevant stakeholders and authorities to work together towards achieving this legislation. Another council meeting on transportation held in Abuja approved that the general mobility work with all states to conduct capacity building on the implementation of 30 kilometers as default urban speed. All these are resolved from that council meeting. And I'll just keep some. The National Council of Works in Calabar, 2019. The council approved the review of existing road design practices. You are all aware that we have a road design manual, but then the street design manual is something that has not been paid too much attention to. And so, appropriate measures on non-motorized transportation in Nigeria in line with global best practices of engineering cities for people rather than for cars. Now, what does 30 kilometers as default speed really mean? It means that urban centers not just schools only, citywide. Round up. The emphasis that she should be on only built areas such as school zones is a slippery way of dodging from the realities. It means to change from building cities for cars and rather build them for people. It is all about implementing the principles of universal access, that urban roads and transport systems should be safely and conveniently accessible by all residents, irrespective of age, ability, gender, and class. Where higher speed exists to compromise the safety of vulnerable road users, a more convenient alternative must be provided ahead. In quote, a more convenient alternative should be provided ahead. This next slide is not fair to this woman. It's not a convenient alternative, because the basic principle that works for convenient alternative is to keep pedestrians and persons with disability on the floor, making pedestrian crossing level at a level crossing. Motorized vehicles can go overhead, overpass, suspended.
I think you should be rounding up by now.
And then this suicide mission continue. Let me round up. This was a study we took out in Abuja on statistics of women carrying bags, and we must create alternative routes for them. Pedestrian bridge is not the way out. Road safety situation in Africa is an emergency. And if these statistics are true, then the target to have this figure by 2030, then speed must be a cardinal focal point for intervention. Now, these are examples of cities who have implemented 30 kilometers speed per hour in ensuring safety. That's the city of Morocco. Almost all corridors have been with speed tables and all that. Defined. That's the city of Addis Ababa. And then some cities do classification of roads into zoning, like Dar es Salaam, school corridors, not more than 30 kilometers per hour. And then these countries and cities actually achieve the following settings by implementation of the 30 kilometers speed per hour. Now, that is Helsinki, Finland, who recorded 0 fatalities in 2024 for the first time in history. And that's not a joke.
Let's have your conclusion, please.
In conclusion.
Thank you.
These were part of the project in Abuja. At the end of the day, we have to make our choice to continue to have this and have more reasons to kill people, or have the other image and have a more serene, safe, sustainable city where people can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ochenwa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you must agree with me that that's a beautifully prepared paper, but unfortunately, we cannot manufacture time. There are other people waiting to speak. So thank you. We'll make the presentation available to you. At this point, may I invite Mr. Dr. Malik Paul, Director of Transport Mauritania. May we have your experience, the experience of your country, how you have been there to speak. Sir, you have 2 minutes, sir. You are a discussant, please. Just 2 minutes. After Dr. Paul will be Afif Bengania from Tunisia, who would like to have in 2 minutes the Tunisian experience the moment is finishing. So you just be on standby. No, as soon as he finishes, then you will speak. Is your own presentation ready, ma'am? Or you still have to set it up? Okay, so maybe while they're preparing his own, you can come this way and do yours. Hello, ma'am. You can come this way. Or, yes, you can. Oh, laptop is there. Oh, sorry. That means you have to wait for him. You have to wait for him. Is there any of you who doesn't need to, who is not using a laptop? Yes. So that we can save time, please. Let's have your experience, please. Okay, so while you're setting up the laptop, let's have her for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. So my name is Levanta and I work at Bloomberg Philanthropies. We're based out of the United States. And maybe I can answer your previous question about how we are prioritizing speed. So we've been working on road safety since 2010, and in the previous phase of our initiative since 2020 to 2025, we primarily focused on speed. One of the things that we did through our initiative was we issued a speed challenge to the 15 countries that are enrolled within our initiative, 4 of which are based in the African region. And I'm actually proud to share to this audience from the African region that of those 4 countries that we have within our initiative, 3 actually won the speed challenge. So let me tell you what was possible. The gold prize went to Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa was successful in reducing urban speed limits to 50 kilometers per hour and speed limits around school zones, marketplaces, and hospitals to 30 kilometers per hour. The second city that won was gold was from Colombia, which was Bogota. And in Kenya, Nairobi, and Mombasa and Kampala in Uganda won bronze. They were successful in reducing school speed limits to 30 kilometers per hour in Uganda and urban speed limits to 50 kilometers per hour. So we know that this is possible, and with Africa, 3 out of the 4 countries that are enrolled within our program were able to do it. I'm very confident that in Africa itself, especially Nigeria, will be able to make it possible. I see a lot of great partners around the room. I see yours presently. I see the World Bank. I was able to see a lot of other partners and experts that you have here. I would really encourage you to tap into those resources and make sure that you extract the wealth of information and knowledge that these organizations have to better the speed policy within Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, that deserves a round of applause. I really appreciate it. So are you ready, sir? Hello, doctor. Are you ready, sir? Okay, let's have the next gentleman, please. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Well, Patrick Nyanjui, I'm the regional coordinator for Africa region for the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, and I'll spend actually 1.5 minutes. So one thing, what are the NGOs, what is the Global Alliance doing in terms of 30 kilometers per hour implementation? And I'm happy because one of the NGOs is here is going to present the actual case study of what they have done in a brief presentation. But because of we do advocacy, which has brought changes in 4 countries within a span of 2 years. And I'm glad Uganda has been mentioned, is the latest to actually implement and gazette 30 kilometer per hour zones. Zambia has done it, and then we have Tunisia and Senegal. This initiative, this change has been brought by the NGOs on the ground, driven by what they have seen on the ground. So we normally look at NGOs as the eyes, the ears, and the voice on the ground. So where the governments are hard to make that change, they bring forth the data that is resonating with the communities on the ground, and this is able to convince the decision makers that this change is necessary. And we have seen these changes, and we are very, very glad that most of the African countries are actually now doing peer-to-peer influence. From Uganda, now Kenya is almost doing 30K. This is because of the kind of network that the Global Alliance, and especially in Africa, we have the network of NGOs that know each other. And my last point is this. If you're a member of the Global Alliance, Africa or elsewhere, stand up and then I can conclude. You stand up, member of the Global Alliance, Africa chapter, and potential members. So you're welcome to join our website, and you're most welcome. We are driving the change from the ground, grassroots upward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. Okay, I think we can then have Dr. Malik Paul, the Director of Transport from Mauritania.
Thank you very much. I speak in French. Donc je vais parler en français. Je voudrais d'abord remercier KRST pour nous avoir conviés à cette importante conférence. Remercier également pour l'accueil qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée. Donc je m'en vais tout de suite aborder deux questions essentielles. D'abord, la conception de la route, comment est-ce qu'elle peut sauver, comment est-ce que la conception de la route peut sauver. La deuxième chose, c'est par rapport à la sensibilisation. Quels sont les efforts de sensibilisation que nous menons en Mauritanie pour effectivement en venir à bout, n'est-ce pas, des accidents de la circulation routière. En Mauritanie, nous avons 6000 km de route. Plus de 2000 km sont actuellement en cours de réalisation. En Mauritanie, le parc automobile n'est pas très vaste. Nous avons environ 500 000 véhicules en Mauritanie. Nous faisons partie de la catégorie des pays qui comptent 26 000 décès pour 100 000 habitants. Nous avons tout dernièrement développé en Mauritanie le BHNS, c'est le bus à haut niveau de service. Actuellement, il y a 112 bus donc, qui sont disponibles. Et cela a entraîné quoi? Cela a entraîné effectivement un partage de la route. Donc le design de la route à l'intérieur de la capitale a radicalement changé du fait de l'arrivée de ces bus. Nous avons une stratégie nationale de sécurité routière en Mauritanie. Mais ce dont je voudrais surtout parler ici, c'est le projet que nous avons avec le Maroc et le Sénégal pour des routes sûres et inclusives. Ce projet va permettre à la Mauritanie et aux autres pays donc, qui font partie de ce projet, va aider à améliorer la sécurité des infrastructures. Il s'agit de quoi? Il s'agit en fait de comprendre que pour en venir au bout des accidents ou ralentir la vitesse, il ne s'agit plus de mener des actions conventionnelles ou classiques, d'installer des dodanes et autres. Mais il s'agit d'être innovant et de trouver des mesures qui permettent effectivement de contraindre à travers l'infrastructure, de contraindre donc les usagers de la route à ralentir leur vitesse. C'est pourquoi nous attendons à ce que ce projet aide la Mauritanie à mettre en place des normes de conception routière, ainsi que le Sénégal et le Maroc. Ce projet permettra aussi de mettre en place en Mauritanie un comité national chargé des normes de conception routière. Je dois vous dire que les normes que nous utilisons actuellement datent de plus de 30 ans. Vous voyez, donc ce projet vient effectivement mettre à jour les normes de conception de nos routes pour que la vitesse effectivement puisse être réduite, mais également tous les autres attributs de la route puissent être pris en compte. Il s'agit aussi de renforcer les capacités des ingénieurs. Actuellement, il y a une trentaine d'ingénieurs qui sont en train de se former ici à IRCVAC, et cela va radicalement changer effectivement l'évaluation que nous faisons de nos routes, régulièrement des routes que nous en Mauritanie. Ensuite, il s'agit d'intégrer dans tous les dossiers d'appel d'offres en Mauritanie, donc des volets liés à la sécurité routière et les aligner aux pratiques internationales. Et dans le cadre de ce projet, nous ferons le premier audit du pays qui va s'étendre sur 150 km entre la capitale et une petite ville secondaire. De manière précise, ce projet va permettre de gérer la vitesse de conception. Comme je l'ai dit, il s'agit de dresser des rétrécissements de chaussée, des plateaux traversants, des ralentisseurs normés, des giratoires compacts, mais des chicanes et des îlots. Donc, il ne s'agit plus seulement d'installer des dodanes, mais il faut aller un peu plus loin. En outre, les distances de visibilité de freinage, ce projet va permettre effectivement de recommander dans les normes de conception de nos routes des distances de 130 à 140 mètres au lieu des 90 mètres actuellement qui sont pratiquées. Il permettra d'améliorer la largeur des épaules des zones dégagées en bordure de route, mais il permettra également de dresser des créneaux de dépassement. Ce projet, enfin, aidera la Mauritanie à faire des analyses assez exhaustives des trottoirs, des médianes et des passages piétons, surtout dans la ville de Nouakchott. Donc,
one minute.
Simplement pour dire que ce projet intègre deux éléments essentiels. Les éléments concernant les cibles 3 et 4, donc des performances des Nations Unies, mais également la cible 12. La cible 12 qui permet effectivement à la Mauritanie de déployer des bus, des ambulances que nous avons actuellement déployées sur l'ensemble du territoire national. Il y a une soixantaine d'ambulances qui sont stationnées sur les bords de la route pour venir en aide donc aux victimes d'accidents et autres. Ces ambulances, outre leur travail de secours, permettent aussi de sensibiliser régulièrement, mais également de sensibiliser les usagers sur la vitesse. C'est extrêmement important. Donc, je voudrais évoquer la Charte africaine de sécurité routière. Un point extrêmement important. La Mauritanie a une grande expérience de la sensibilisation. Thank you very much. Donc, nous avons une grande expérience dans l'organisation de la Journée africaine de sécurité routière. C'est une occasion d'une mobilisation nationale dans notre pays, à tous les niveaux, à la capitale et au niveau des régions, mais également des religieux, de la société civile. Sur l'ensemble du territoire, c'est une journée et que nous prévoyons de faire cette année, le dimanche 23 novembre. Donc, simplement pour dire que le pays est en train de travailler.
Merci beaucoup.
Je vous remercie.
Dr. Malik, merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that Dr. Malik still has a lot to say, but what we will do is his presentation will send to you, and I assure you will interpret in English and then send to you. And then for those of you who are French speaking, the presentations in English will also interpret in French and make them available to you. Meanwhile, there's a gentleman here from Cameroon who is going to summarize what he said in French in 1 minute. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. The Mauritanian Director of Transport presents the situation of road safety in his country. First of all, he announced that we have a collaboration with Morocco. We have to working on a project that will set up to bring up a standard of route, a standard of this thing. And they are going to have also a special focus on speed that will focus on infrastructure with breakdown, route saying, and advocacy and sensibilization for neighbors and children around new routes. That is the summarize what Mauritania says. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. At least we have the gist of what he was saying in French. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Natalie Chebasa from IRCVAC. Oh, you're still standing. Sorry, okay. Go ahead, then Mrs. Natalie will take the last shot. So go ahead.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Donc, good afternoon to everyone. I will speak in English. So my name is Afef Benghnia. I came from Tunisia. I am a leader and the founder of a Tunisian NGO, les Ambassadeurs de la Sécurité Routière, who is a member of the Global Alliance. And I want to show you some impactful and concrete work that we done as an NGO in our country and advocacy for 30 kilometers per hour. So my legal background influenced me to approach road safety differently, as I saw that it isn't just a technical issue. The traffic crash is a matter of human rights and shared responsibility. So all of us, we have to advocate for safer roads. So as you can see, for whom who have no idea about Tunisia, so we are situated in North Africa. We are a population of 12 million, and as you know, the rate of victims are really high. We register 16 deaths per 100,000 population, so it's still a concern, and it's due to insufficient political will. So we started, as I said, our advocacy for protecting the children and the traffic deaths in Tunisia. So concerning the children, as you can see, so we registered 200 children and adolescents that lost their lives on the roads between 2022 to 2025. So, and mostly of them are pedestrians. So as the NGO, so our role is to protect and to influence the political will, and we started our advocacy by engaging the stakeholders, all the ministry and the authorities and the NGO who are concerned. So, and we started our journey for the revision of the decree to make 30 kilometers per hour compulsory and mandatory around school. So we started by the data analysis, collaboration, and we created a steering committee under the Governorate of Tunis, and we included all the main stakeholders and all the representatives from different ministries, as we believe deeply that road safety is a shared responsibility. And as you can see some photos here of our stakeholder engagement, so lobbying with the different ministries, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of also the Minister of Health, the Minister of Education and Interior, and we started with the data collection and analysis by making and conducting some behavior studies about speed and pedestrian. And we had the studies and the reports, so we started our deep and strong advocacy, and we try to also to improve some infrastructure around 3 pilot schools in the city of Tunis, which were identified as high school areas. And as you can see, to show to the government that even with low costs, we can really protect our children. As you can see some of the photo before and after to protect the children. And we conducted also awareness campaign and to exert positive pressure on decision makers for the implementation for the decree. And we target decision makers, the school community. As you can see some of urban billboards that were of our campaign, and we involve all children, and they spread their message to protect and claim for safer spaces and safer environment around their schools. It was also the involvement of the media, and the media really played a very, very positive role in pushing for the revision of the law, and we arrived in June 2023 to revise the decree, and now in Tunisia 30 kilometers per hour is mandatory in the environment of all the schools. And we arrived now at the phase of the implementation and the phase of the capacity buildings of the authorities of the concerned parties to make 30 kilometers mandatory at the national level, with development of the guide that now is used by and adopted by the government for all the ministries to use it. As you can see, I have some lessons learned that we can share with you, that evidence-based advocacy requires strong data, multi-stakeholders collaboration is critical, continuous awareness, long-term compliance, and monitoring and evaluation can ensure sustainable impact. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alfred. Very good. Even though you rushed it, but I think the point was made. I think Nigeria will have a lot to learn from you. We're doing a lot in the area of child education, child road safety education, but it seems that you're one step ahead of us. So we're going to collaborate with you and learn a few things from you. This joint, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the last speaker, Mrs. Natalie Shibasta from the IRAP, to make her contribution to this topic, please. Particularly as it affects low-income and middle-income countries.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will be very quick because everything was said, okay? The International Road Assessment Program has set a global standard to evaluate, assess, track, and eliminate high-risk roads. Namely, it's called the star rating, rated from 1 to 5 stars. It will help you measuring the safety performance of road infrastructure, existing road and design. You can identify high-risk sections where overspeeding is a very high problem. By identifying high-risk sections, you can prioritize actions with engineering, safer roads, and enforcement. You can prioritize a school, a pedestrian crossing, etc., an intersection, etc., etc., and you can make it safer and reduce fatalities and serious injuries. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. I want to thank the presenters, the two presenters, Assistant Corps Commander Ferdinand Ama and Mr. Abraham Peter, and the discussants, starting from Mrs. Natalie, who just finished speaking now, Mr. Patrick, Dr. Malik, Mrs. Ndiabata Mila, Mr. Jody Bosch, And I think I should thank myself too, my humble self. So I want to thank you all. It's time for us to take our picture and bow out. We want to appreciate everybody here for your patience. I must confess your patience is commendable. Please a round of applause for yourselves. We appreciate you for your patience. Okay, we would like to ask the representative of the governor to join them in the group photograph, sir. Yes. Thank you. Please, the sessions that we've not been able to take, we would like to apologize to all of you that please, because of time, we'll just take it to tomorrow. We'll shift it till tomorrow, and by God's grace, tomorrow we won't spend as much time as we did today. We'll stay shorter than what we did today. Please just be a little bit patient with us. We'll re-strategize, and I assure you, tomorrow will definitely be less stressful, and it's going to be an interesting program. So please, tomorrow we'll take the programs we were supposed to do today. All those that were supposed to be on the panel, we want to apologize to you. We're so sorry because of time. Thank you for understanding with us. Thank you for understanding. And we'll be going for lunch stroke dinner right away. So thank you once again for your patience. We're so grateful.
Thank you so much. There is a wallet that was found within the hall premises. Please, if you lost your wallet, you can proceed to the IT session to recover it. Thank you. As we close, we want to say thank you to every speaker, every survivor, every volunteer, and guests. Today we have remembered lives and shared ideas, but now the work continues. Please join the breakout sessions tomorrow and carry today's commitment back to your communities. On behalf of the organizers and partners, we say a very big thank you for being here. Safe travel back to your homes and hotels, and this conference is now adjourned to tomorrow. God bless you all. Please, nobody is going to State House tomorrow. Our program begins and ends here. So, no State House tomorrow.